Welcome to day 3 of the coverage here at Midas Media Network. Thanks for joining us. It is day 3. Yesterday, we know, was postponed until next week. It looks like we're going to have 2 hearings next week. At the same time, they are moving these hearings to the afternoon. Welcome. I am the Tony Michaels with the Tony Michaels podcast, hosting your coverage today. We are an hour early to the gavel so that we can get some commentary. We have some great guests, but there's a lot of breaking news this morning as we go into the hearings here. And I want to ask our guests in our panel, but before that, I want to talk about some of this news. There were some statements from the witnesses this morning that were released. Greg Jacobs, who is the formal counsel to the Vice President Mike Pence, released a statement. But one of the most damning statements this morning was released by the Honorable J. Michael Lutwig, I think is how we say it. He's the retired judge from the U.S. Court of Appeals of the Fourth Circuit, and he's an informal advisor to Mike Pence on the situation about January 6th of Mike Pence certifying or not certifying the result. That is huge news this morning. The other huge news this morning, we hear the chairman of the January 6th Select Committee, Benny Thompson, is going to be considering calling Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court Justice's wife, Jeannie Thomas, who we know was texting QAnon conspiracy theories to Mark Meadows, trying to get the election overturned, but also in emails we see that she was trying to overturn electors in other states, including Arizona. But the other emails, we had in 2016, there was this email lady that ran for president. Oh, her emails. Lock her up. That was the thing we heard over and over and over and over again. We still hear it from Fox News today. And Jeannie Thomas is the new email lady, I guess, where she is emailing John Eastman, which I believe that we're supposed to see some clips today of John Eastman taking the Fifth Amendment. I know a lot of MAGA world out there can't understand much of the amendments past the Second Amendment. They don't really understand the first or the second, but the Fifth Amendment is the right to not to self-incriminate. So I believe we're going to see John Eastman on film today do that. I'm not sure how many clips they're going to pull of Mr. Eastman, but in light of the email news from Jeannie Thomas, the wife of Clarence Thomas, a Supreme Court justice, I believe we're going to see some of that. Now, we also have news from Jamie Raskin this morning. On CNN, I believe is where the reporting is coming from. Jamie Raskin has said that we are going to find out who the back channel to Trump was from the Proud Boys. I don't know. I can't find clarification if that is today. But I'm almost sure that we will get that sometime in these hearings. Now, whether it's today, next week, or some of these other hearings that we are going to be broadcasting here, Jamie Raskin has told CNN that we will find out who the back channel to Donald Trump was. And that leads me to my very, very first guest, Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen is in the Trump order. He was Donald Trump's personal attorney. We know that he actually went to federal prison and served time for some of the things that Donald Trump has done. But I want to ask him about this back channel. Michael, how are you this morning?
How are you, Tony? Good.
Oh, I'm doing great. So there's a lot of news here, and we're going into this hearing. But one thing I want to ask you is this back channel. And the reason why is because it seems like Donald Trump used a lot of back channels, right? They used a lot of back channels. And I just want to ask why they would use back channels and why this may be big news that Jamie Raskin is saying we're going to find this out.
So give me an example what back channel that you're looking to discuss. Because Donald is an interesting guy. And I was very clear when I stated before the House Oversight Committee that Trump acts like a mob boss. So nothing is done right up into your face. If people are sitting and expecting that there's going to be a video of Donald turning around saying, yeah, let them storm the Capitol, let them attack the Capitol Police, let them hang Mike Pence, you're going to be very disappointed. But what he does is he speaks in code. So tell me, Tony, what is it that you're specifically looking, for me to answer?
Why? I don't know. I don't know what exactly this back channel could look like. I mean, obviously, we know from court records that Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers, and the Proud Boys were in some sort of coordination on January 5th. And then they had a QRF, a stash of weapons. There's evidence to show in the public court records that possibly they were waiting for authority from someone. Stuart Rhodes, it being reported by Bob Costa and Scott McFarlane, that Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers, was trying to make contact with Donald Trump that day. So it would seem that maybe there was a back channel there to do that communication. I guess what I'm asking is that typical of Trump to have a back channel to different information so he's not tied directly to this stuff?
Yeah,
so he's not directly tied to whatever is going on, whatever scheme or crime possibly that may be committed.
Right. Well, too bad that, by the way, Tony, too bad it's not Seth MacFarlane, because then this would be actually funny. If it wasn't, if this wasn't reality, it would really be funny. I mean, this is like a bad episode of House of Cards or something. So you are 100% correct. Donald always speaks in code. Donald always has a back channel. So I had spoken to Jennifer Lawrence, who I know that she and her fiance had both testified before this committee. And one of the things that they had expressed to me is that there was a mom and a daughter by the last name of Kramer, and they were the ones that actually went out and acquired these burner phones. They bought them at either a CVS or a Walgreens or something like that. Paid in cash, of course, and then wanted the receipt that for the individual that they sent to go get it. What's interesting is that the allegations that I have heard is that the communication was going on between Mark Meadows and the Kramers on the outside, while, of course, the insurrection, the attack on the Capitol was occurring. Now, again, we get to the question, was Donald Trump involved? Clearly, the answer is no one's doing this on their own, just as I didn't pay Stormy Daniels the $130,000, right, without Donald Trump knowing. I mean, the notion that something like that is even possible is just, it's ludicrous. The same thing took place in Washington. The same thing took place in the White House. Nothing went on there without Donald Trump being actively involved and fully apprised, because that's the way that he ran the government, the White House while he was president. It's the way he ran the Trump organization when he was the president there.
So what you're saying is that it's not surprising to you that he would have a back channel if to whatever, whether it be the insurrection, whether it be the Proud Boys, whether it be members of Congress. So having these back channels would not be something different for Donald Trump. Is that what you're kind of saying? Is he
in a nutshell? That's exactly what is. There's always an out for Donald.
Right.
That's the one thing that he's exceptionally good at. And that's ensuring that his ass always remains, safe and protected, and everybody else is the one that's at risk.
It's like a Martin Scorsese movie, right? It's like a Martin that I know Goodfellas, no one ever talked to this person. It was always through this person and through this person and through this person. So you can create those levels of plausible deniability if you want to
take a look take a look at the movie American Gangster, right? With Denzel Washington. Nobody talked to me. Everybody has to go through Huey. Right. Huey, you go to Huey, Huey comes to me. That's the same way with Donald. And look, the question is whether Mark Meadows will actually get up and testify, because Mark Meadows is a significant part of this thing. It's not just him, though. It's his son, Eric, and his daughter-in-law, Lara. It's, Kimberly Gargoyle and Don Jr. It's Rudy Colludi, Drunken Giuliani. I mean, something I've talked about on television. And I remember everybody laughing. They thought it was funny when I said the most dangerous place to ever be is in between Rudy and a bottle of Chardonnay, or a free bottle of Chardonnay or Scotch. That's a dangerous place to be. And that's what was going on there. These guys all thought that they were going to be able to overturn the election, that they were going to be able to impose their will over that of the will of the voters, the American people. And when they ultimately realized that that's not going to happen, right? And that was whether it was Eastman or whether it or not it was Meadows, or whether you have Don Jr. saying, this has to stop, or Ivanka pleading with her father, daddy, this has to stop. It all comes back to Donald. Right? There's the old expression, the adage, you probably saw it once or twice on the boss's desk, right? The buck stops here. Well, not with Donald. If that buck doesn't end up in his pocket, if that buck could end you up in prison, rest assured it will be everybody before him. Hopefully, he'll end up being held accountable for his own, criminality and for his own illegal actions.
So I want to show you a little clip here of the statement from the judge this morning. I put this together so we would have it. At the very end of the statement, I think it says the former president's accountability under the law for the riot on the United States Capitol on January 6th is incidental to his responsibility and accountability for his attempt to steal the 2020 presidential election from the American people and thereby steal America's democracy from herself. So, Michael, what do you make of that statement from the judge there that we're going to hear from today, the Honorable J. Michael Ludwig?
Yeah, look, it's a very powerful statement. I think it's accurate, and there's, look, the statement obviously speaks for itself, and he's obviously speaking from knowledge. I mean, this isn't something that's being concocted out of the air. This is a very thoughtful, which Judge Ludwig is. He's a thoughtful justice, and it's accurate. I mean, there's no other way to put it. However, again, one of the biggest questions that I keep hearing from people that I meet on the street or people who reach out, whether it's journalists, et cetera, is that, do you think Donald will ever be held accountable for any of these actions? Or are we just wasting our time with these hearings? And again, this is tough stuff. This is no different to me than the Mueller investigation. And my hope is that, look, I know a lot of what the January 6th committee has in terms of information. For me, I've spoken to several people who have already now testified before them. I myself have testified not before January 6th, but through 9 different committees. And I understand the way that they question as well. And many of these folks that have been questioned, I've spoken to. So I kind of have a little bit of a better understanding than most. However, again, it's going to be a very difficult lift. And now that lift rests in the hands of Merrick Garland. And all we can do is hope that he has the gumption within which to hold Trump and all of these acolytes accountable for an attempt to steal democracy, for the destruction of our democracy and placing democracy in peril.
Michael, thank you for your insight, and I hope you continue to join us through these hearings. It's been great to hear from you leading into the coverage of these. I actually want to go to someone who knows about holding Trump accountable. She's known as the Trump NDA killer. So Michael, I'm going to go to her. I appreciate you joining us. Stick around, watch this hearing, see what you think. Thank you, Michael Cohen. Thanks for joining us.
You got it, Tony.
Again, I want to bring in the Trump NDA killer, Jessica Denson. Jessica, how are you this morning? Where you're at, I believe you're out there. Your mic is still muted there, Jessica. If you could unmute for us.
That would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Yes. How are you this morning?
Doing well. How are you, Tony?
I'm doing perfect. So Michael Cohen was talking about holding Trump accountable, and you actually have some experience at holding Trump accountable, but you also want to have Trump held accountable not just by the Select Committee, but also by the DOJ. And it seems like we're working closer and closer to that. I know some people are, like Michael brought up Merrick Garland, but I think Graves, the United States attorney in the D.C. district, is the one that will actually bring those charges. Well, he'll recommend, and Merrick Garland will approve or deny, I guess, to say in a simple. But you have held Trump accountable in court. So tell us about your experience, not just with Trump, but the Trump orbit, and what it looks like to hold these people accountable, if that's what the January 6th Select Committee wants to do.
Yeah, well, as you said, I nullified the Trump campaign NDA in court, and I have good reason to believe this is the boilerplate language that the Trump campaign and the Trump organization was using for decades. And just think about this. I brought this forward as one woman. If you don't know my story, I started off with no lawyer. I was entirely alone. And I brought this case forward proactively, challenging this NDA in court. And because of my persistence and moving forward on the right idea, just knowing that this NDA had to be illegal, challenging it proactively, we got a historic precedent that this NDA is invalid and unenforceable. Now, just think about if somebody years before me had come forward to challenge Trump's NDAs. Think of if prosecutors in the past, Cy Vance, years ago with Trump Soho, had taken action to hold the Trump family accountable for fraud. Think of all of the missed opportunities of holding Donald Trump accountable and where we would be if he had been held accountable in the past. We have the opportunity of our lifetime facing us right now, and we cannot miss this opportunity. We had opportunities during the Trump presidency in impeachment 1, and we could have removed the danger that Donald Trump posed to this country then. Now is the grand finale. We absolutely cannot let this moment pass us. Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, Matthew Graves, a lot of people say there's a lot of pressure on them. I think this is the greatest opportunity, and I would love to be in their position. I hope they do not have fear. Look at me. I did it as one woman with no support, coming forward, challenging Trump in court. It was not easy. I had to fight back a $50,000 judgment against me, but in the end, I came out victorious. And if we come forward with the truth and are not afraid and hold Donald Trump finally accountable for his crimes, we're going to save our democracy. This is what's going to do it. And I hope that they feel the support of these hearings, the truth coming forward, the American people being invested and caring about the results, and that this segues into the appropriate prosecutions for Donald Trump.
So what do you think today then creeps more forward towards that accountability that you're talking about? Because it seems like in this statement from the judge that he's clearly saying it's not just about the riot. Like, this is not just about the riot. This is about the former president of the United States literally trying to take over our country. In not in so many words. Those are my words, not his. I pulled the quote up earlier. You probably seen it there. So what do you make of what this judge, I mean, what do you think he's going to say? You think by way of telling Mike Pence in January of 2021, saying this is unconstitutional, you cannot do this, do you think that judge is going to make, the assertion that Donald Trump broke the law criminally? I mean, what do you think?
I think we can expect, as the theme of this committee has been, for them to make the connection that Donald Trump was notified that these attempts to pressure Mike Pence were illegal. He did not think that his activity trying to push this coup, this insurrection, was something that was above board. He knew that it violated the law. And when Michael was talking, I was listening to him talk like he usually does about how Donald Trump is always trying to keep his hands clean. This is how mob bosses work, right?
Right.
But let's just step back for a minute here. I mean, we're trying to find the connection. Where's the conspiracy? Where's the connection from Donald Trump to the Proud Boys or the Eastman Memo? Okay. None of these people, not the Proud Boys, not John Eastman, not Rudy Giuliani, nobody is acting without the sitting president of the United States signaling that he wants to overthrow the will of the people. Nobody is acting without him doing that. And I would argue that he did it going way back as far as, early 2020 when he said the election was going to be rigged. But on election night, when he said, in fact, we've won this election, and when he continued to challenge it, he was constantly signaling from the tweet that this is wild. I'm no lawyer, but I've played one hell of a good one against the Trump orb. I would argue that what is in the public record is sufficient evidence to establish the nexus between Donald Trump and all of the coup attempts. And kudos to the January 6th committee and the phenomenal work they are doing to bring these salient details out, to draw these lines. So I think the judge is definitely going to help to make the connection in that line.
Well, Jessica, thanks for joining us. And please, if you can, stick around. We'll have a break, I'm sure, in between this hearing. And if you want, we will be covering the hearing afterwards. I'd love to hear what your take is once we hear the evidence. So stick around if you can. Thank you, Jessica, for joining us. Again, everyone go follow Jessica on Twitter. She is the woman who paved the way to kill the Trump NDA, the official Trump NDA killer. And thank you, Jessica. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be here.
I'm going to go to Michael Popak. Michael, I think he's ready there. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, good. Michael Popak, how are you this morning?
Oh, it's a wonderful day to be in a democracy when you bring sunshine as an antiseptic to all the bad criminality of the Trump organization and Trump.
Sure. So let me ask you, because we've seen some statements this morning, and I'll bring one up on the screen here from the judge that we're going to hear from today. Of course, I have some excerpts here, but the main one is that last paragraph. I read the first part of the paragraph, but let me read the last part of that paragraph. It says, "This said, willful ignorance of law and the fact is neither excuse nor defense in law. Willful ignorance thus is neither political nor legal excuse or defense available to the former president of the United States, his allies, and his supporters." What do you make of this? I mean, this is
get ready for Judge Ludwig. Let me give you and I pregame talked a little bit about the main witnesses today. Can I do that?
Go ahead. Tell us about these witnesses.
Yeah, today is the Hang Mike Pence Day. This is the day when the Jan 6 committee is going to focus on the tremendous pressure being brought on Mike Pence and all those around him, including his attorneys in-house and outside, by John Eastman and others in the Trump campaign in order to execute, no pun intended, another plan. They love these names. We had the Green Bay sweep by Peter Navarro trying to get all of the state legislators to come up with phony electors and send them to Mike Pence. But in order for that plan to work, John Eastman came up with the brilliant idea that Mike Pence was the president tempore of the Senate. So they had the president of the Senate plan, which was tied to Mike Pence. Why is Trump asking to have Mike Pence hanged and agreeing with people that said so? Because in order to execute this last gasp effort to knock over democracy, they needed Mike Pence to go along. And the reason Mike Pence did not go along, besides his own personal convictions, is he was surrounded by lawyers and adults and courageous people who told him the truth, unlike Donald Trump, who surrounded himself with sycophants and drunks who told him whatever he wanted to hear. So the people in the orbit for Mike Pence that we're going to hear about today is a guy named Greg Jacobs, who was basically the in-house general counsel for the vice president's office for Mike Pence. We're going to hear about Richard Cullen, who was a mutual friend of both Greg Jacobs and Mike Pence, and Judge Ludwig. Judge Ludwig only came onto the scene for Mike Pence in Jan 5, Jan 6, and Jan 7. So I don't want people to think, well, Michael Ludwig, former Fourth Circuit judge and right-wing Federalist Society conservative justice and judge and lawyer. There's no doubt about it. His words have power and meaning because he has been on the GOP side forever, and on the Scalia, and on the Thomas, and on the originalist Federalist Society right-wing wing of the party. This is not some outlier. This is not Ronald Reagan's son. This is the bluest, deepest of Republicans who told Mike Pence in no uncertain terms that his former law clerk, John Eastman, who was a law clerk for Michael Ludwig, is full of shit, and that he should not. There is no constitutional or electoral act law that allows the vice president to reject and not count the electoral ballots in front of him. In fact, Michael Ludwig told Mike Pence that the electoral act of 18 whatever is unconstitutional because there is no role for Congress in certifying who won the election other than a clerical ministerial act of yay and nay, and that's it. unless there's not a majority of electors in favor of one party or the other, or one person or the other, then it goes to the House legislators. And he told Mike Pence and he told Greg Jacobs in no uncertain terms, as a former federal judge, an originalist, a federalist, that Mike Pence would be committing treason if he interpreted the Constitution and the Electoral Act in the way that John Eastman was urging him. Why did he have power? Because of who Michael Luttig is. Just to give you an example, Tony, and for the audience, Michael Luttig was very close to Warren Burger on the Supreme Court. He worked in the office of the White House counsel under George Bush. He was a handler for Clarence Thomas, the candidate Clarence Thomas, to get his seat on the Supreme Court. So he was basically Clarence Thomas's lawyer. He had 40 of his law clerks from the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeal ended up on the Supreme Court as clerks. 33 of them served for either Antonin Scalia or Clarence Thomas. He was considered a feeder program onto the Supreme Court from the right wing and the Federalists. This is not a clown. This is not an outlier. This is why he is being brought forward today. And you saw the public statement. And just a couple of things you didn't quote, or you haven't quoted yet. In his statement today, two things that struck me that are powerful and are going to resonate from this hearing. One is that he believes there were many cowards on the battlefield of January 6th, but that the vice president was not one of them, because at the end, he did the right thing. And that American democracy was almost stolen from us as a result of Jan 6. And Jan 6 is not just a violent overthrow insurrectionist. In his view, it was the last step in what Cheney has referred to as a 7-part plan to overthrow the election and to cling to power as a coup. For Michael Luttig, Jan 6th was the last violent attempt to execute the plan to cling to power. And I don't know, Tony, if you saw this, but there is, and the committee has released it, there is an exchange between John Eastman and another lawyer, Ken Cheesebro, who was pro-Trump, in December, in which they said they wanted chaos on Jan 6th in order to send a message to the Supreme Court. Listen to this, Tony. That Jan 6th was not just an isolated violent overthrow attempt. It was a messaging by the crazies, Team Abnormal, within the Trump organization and orbit, to send a message to the Supreme Court that more chaos would ensue unless they started ruling in Trump's favor. And why is that given added credence, Tony? Because Eastman told Cheeseboro that he has it on good authority that the Supreme Court justices are worried about this and will listen to violence because he's close to Thomas and he's close to Ginny Thomas. I mean, this whole thing, I don't know if Luttig gets into that today, but this whole thing that Jan 6th is not just what the Republicans wanted. It's we're tired of hearing about Jan 6th. There's Jan 6 fatigue. No, the American people want to move on. And Luttig's going to look the American people in the eye today and say, do not move on from Jan 6th. Because we almost lost our democracy on that day.
So speaking of Clarence Thomas's wife, Jeannie Thomas, because we see news, not just text memos to Mark Meadows, but I think 29 state legislators in Arizona. Now she's been, I guess, caught emailing QAnon conspiracy theories to John Eastman, I guess. This goes on, and we've seen Benny Thompson, the chairman of the January 6th Select Committee this morning, saying in so many words, yeah, we want her to sit down to talk to us. What do you make of that movement that the chairman is willing to say, yeah, we need the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, which, by the way, if you can remind everybody what the decision was for the information that was given to the Select Committee, and which justice actually was the only one to say, no, I don't want you to have that information. So what do you make of this Clarence Thomas, Jeannie Thomas?
Yeah. In an 8-1 decision, the Supreme Court ruled that the National Archive was empowered and was entitled to turn over the information that Jan 6 committee was looking for from the White House. The lone dissent was from Clarence Thomas. At the time, it was like, isn't that interesting, but not surprising. But then we learned about Ginny Thomas out trying to overturn elections by arguing the fake elector scandal. And now we know about the link between Eastman, a former Clarence Thomas clerk. So let's get this straight. He was a law clerk for both Michael Ludwig, who's going to testify today, and Clarence Thomas. So he told people that he had an insider knowledge and a line of communication into the Supreme Court, which is supposed to be completely insulated from politics and from communication with the outside world. That's what Chief Justice Roberts wants you to believe. That's what Clarence Thomas wants you to believe when he gives his speeches around the country. But the reality is that either Eastman's full of shit and lied to everybody in his orbit about his connections to the Supreme Court through Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas, or he has those connections. And that makes this even more poignant. That Jan 6th had many audiences. It was an attempt to stop the count. It was an attempt to buy time for John Eastman to execute his plan, his president of the Senate plan, his green sweep plan through when I say Eastman, I mean Trump. Eastman on behalf of Trump.
Right.
It was to buy time for the Supreme Court to see what was happening outside their doors and to have that impact their decision making. So it is not an isolated, a bunch of wackadoos got together with pitchforks and tried to attack our Capitol. As part of a systemic plan, a methodical, well thought out plan led by Trump to execute what Jamie Raskin has called a coup in plain sight. And the other people that are testifying today, and for which we'll hear clips from, include Greg Jacobs, the general counsel for Mike Pence, who told John Eastman as the attack was ongoing in a text, "Look what you have done. Your bullshit," this is his quote, paraphrase, "has created an attack on the Capitol, putting all of our lives at risk." And John Eastman, to his credit as a crazy, wrote back, "No, it's not that. It's that your boss, Mike Pence, won't execute the plan that we've designed." So Greg Jacobs is going to talk about that. I think you're going to see clips today, Tony, because sometimes when the committee tweets out who they're going to have for live, they don't talk about the other video. I think we're going to see today Mike Pence's chief of staff, who testified under oath that he told the Secret Service that the president, with his comments about hanging Mike Pence, has put the vice president in harm's way, and to make sure that he is protected and that nothing happens to him to execute his constitutional duties to count the electoral votes. We're also going to hear, I believe today, from Eric Hirschman, because they released a clip already from Eric Hirschman, who was a Trump White House lawyer, formerly in private practice with another Trump lawyer named Mark Kazowitz. And Eric Hirschman is the one who got a phone call from Eastman, who said, "We want to preserve evidence in Georgia." This is on Jan 6 and Jan 5. "We want to preserve evidence in Georgia." And Hirschman told him in very colorful language, "Are you fucking out of your mind?" And the next two words I want to hear out of your mouth, John Eastman, are "orderly transition." Say it. He made him say it, right? And then told him to get you a fucking lawyer is basically what I mean. Said, I'm going to give you the next best piece of advice for free you've ever gotten. Mm-hmm. Get yourself a fucking great criminal defense lawyer, because you're going to need it. And that was the last phone call he ever took from John.
Because he knew they committed crimes, right? This is obvious. It's on its face, right? I mean,
another Republican White House Trump lawyer. So you're going to hear from Eric Hirschman. You're going to hear from Mike Ludwig. You're going to hear from Greg Jacobs, right? And then you're going to see clips from everything else. So today is all about hang Mike Pence, pressure on Mike Pence, and the president of the Senate plan that John Eastman, on behalf of Donald Trump, attempted to execute. And that's going to take up a full 2 hours.
Well, Michael Popak, I appreciate you joining us again. If you can stick around, I know you have some stuff that you have to do, but if I can bring you in at any time during a break or something, if you're here, I'll try to bring you in to see what you're hearing from the hearing. So thank you for joining us. Everyone go follow Legal AF on Wednesdays and Saturdays on the Midas Media Network. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to go to Texas now. We're going to go see what's going on in Texas. We're going to get Texas Paul's take on this. Everyone loves Texas Paul with the Midas Media Network. So Texas Paul, how are you?
I'm excited. I am incredibly fired up. I am incredibly fired up. I just three quick points. One, going back to what Jessica Denson was saying about Merrick Garland. When Merrick Garland was first, when Obama first announced that he was going to nominate him for the Supreme Court, I knew nothing about Merrick Garland. I went back and became a Merrick Garland expert. I went and looked at everything he did on the D.C. Court of Appeals, and I will tell you what will take Donald Trump down. He may be insulated for all of what we're talking about now, but what will bury Donald Trump will be the legal defense fund, because you cannot defraud people. You know, little boilerplate language hidden down at the bottom in the small fine print saying, I get to steal your money, is not protection from fraud. He openly defrauded his supporters of 250 million people, and the testimony, $250 million, and the testimony we've heard so far absolutely confirms that. Donald Trump is going to jail, and I will bet you this hat it is for fraud. And that carries a lot of jail time.
You heard it here from Texas, Paul. I'll tell you, Paul. I'm not going to disagree with you here. I think there's also civil suits that are going to come, class action against when these folks really start to find out that they were defrauded, not just by Donald Trump, but the RNC, because part of this money went to the RNC. No legal defense fund to be found. I believe there's going to be even not just maybe criminal, but also financial consequences for this. What do you make though of the Mike Pence stuff today? Michael Popak said this is all going to focus around Pence today. So what do you make of this? I know there's something that you kind of had in your hat there, as you said, of what this Mike Pence was and how he changed his statement, and did he change his statement that he was going to make that day, the language that was used. But really, you know, the other thing I really want America to know, and I hope we get the answer to, is why Mike Pence didn't get into that Secret Service van in the parking garage with Mark Short. I hope we hear some of that today. But what do you make of this Mike Pence stuff? What do you make of it?
Mike Pence didn't get in that car. He was keeping his hands clean. If you listen to everything that's going to be talked about today, Mike Pence was not kept out of the loop. They absolutely had in-depth discussions about what they wanted to do. Mike Pence added language to this process that both, one, covered his butt, but then during the actual certification process, I believe is where the real coup attempt was happening. If you go back to the 2000 election, which was a truly contested election, came down to like 237 votes in one state. That's a dead tie. The recount was a shit show. Al Gore added to the end of the certification for each state, are there any objections? No one else has added that language in modern history until Mike Pence did it. And they had, and you know from the testimony we've had to date, there was no legal reasoning for them to believe that they actually had any disputable facts. But he added that objection anyways. So I don't think Mike Pence actually didn't go along with it. I think he went along with it in the way that kept his hands clean and kept him from being the one that broke the law. I don't think that, you know, Mike Pence was on team justice. I think Mike Pence was on team let's not be stupid and get thrown in jail for the rest of our lives.
I tend to agree with you. I think we're going to hear that today, that and I don't know if we're going to get evidence of this or not, but it seems to me that Mike Pence was looking around a lot for a reason to do what Eastman and Trump wanted him to do. Even went to the guy that couldn't spell potato, right? He went to Dan Quayle and he's like, "Can I do this?" And Dan Quayle's like, "Not just no, but hell no, you can't do this." Even the guy who couldn't spell potato may have had a something to do with saving our democracy. So,
but I do not believe that Mike Pence did not cooperate. I think he did cooperate with Donald Trump in that way, because you think about the number of objections that went to debate during that whole time. And that goes to the third point I was going to make. I don't think the coup was supposed to occur in the legislature. I think this was a delaying tactic. They thoroughly expected, if you look at every other time that the white supremacists have thrown a rally, who showed up? Every single time.
Right.
It was Antifa. It was BLM. We went out there. We counter protested. You've heard from the Proud Boys. You've heard from the Oath Keepers that they were told from somebody in the White House, and this is the back channel, goes back to what Michael Cohen was talking about, that they were going to be deputized as a militia. That's why Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours. I guarantee you, he was waiting for us to show up so that he could declare a state of emergency, blame it on BLM and Antifa. I mean, Fox already had talking points that they were running during the insurrection, saying it was Antifa and BLM.
Right. Well, and then they had but then they had to backtrack. And I think
because we didn't show up.
That's right. Well, and because of a good reason, there was no reason to go to an insurrection, because I don't think anyone really expected that Donald Trump would actually overthrow the government of the United States, but he certainly tried. And I think we're going to find out what Mike Pence's role was in that today.
And I will tell you, I absolutely 100% believe that's why Mike Pence didn't leave. I don't think he's clear of this. I think he participated. I think he participated in a way that nobody's really looking at. He was part of the delaying tactic. They were, because if you look at everything involved with the caches of weapons, real active, ready to go bombs that were planted, they were ready to declare a state of emergency.
Well,
and that would have, that happened, had we showed up, Donald Trump would be our president right now.
Well, I think you're getting to acts of war even, which brings up the big T word. Thank you, Paul, for joining us. I'm going to bring in a couple fellas here that you may know. The Meiselas brothers, Ben Meiselas and Brett Meiselas, are joining us. How are you, fellas?
Good. How are you, Tony? And
I'm doing great.
The live streamers ready for this historic day.
Well, let me show you something here. We have the committee room now streaming here. There's a little bit of activity from the press here. They haven't made their way in there yet. We still have about 15, 20 minutes. But what's your guys' take on this? I want to go to David Bender and my co-host Gabe Sanchez and see what they think here to lead us in. But what's your guys' take on the statements that have been released today, but some of the news that has dropped just in recent hours here? What do you make of all this?
Well, I'll speak first, then I'll leave it to Brett. You have to read that 12-page Judge Michael Luttig opening statement that he's prepared to make today. That I was speechless after I read that. That was a takedown of this fake BS MAGA Republicanism. Mind you, Judge Michael Luttig is known as one of the most prominent conservative jurists. Right. He's a retired Fourth Circuit federal judge, as high as you go before the Supreme Court. Someone whose name was always talked about as being a possible Supreme Court justice. And here's someone who just took down and absolutely page by page calls out Trump as being a criminal, as being someone who threatened and attempted to overthrow our democracy. So we're going to hear from Judge Michael Luttig today. We're also going to hear from Greg Jacob, Vice President Pence's former counsel. He's now in private practice. And Greg Jacob was the lawyer who had reached out to John Eastman, who also happens to be a lawyer. I say that, though anything that Eastman did was not lawyer-like. He's actually a criminal co-conspirator of Donald Trump, and said that because of your bullshit, this is what Greg Jacob says to Eastman, because of your bullshit, the Capitol is now under siege. So today is going to be even more dramatic and blockbuster than the prior two hearings by leaps and bounds.
Well, I agree with you. I think there's going to be some blockbuster stuff and some bits of news. Brett, I know you're going to probably be making clips of this and posting it all over social media. So what are you looking for? What are those key things? What do you think these sound bites are that maybe Americans can digest? Because we know that the majority of America, unfortunately, isn't going to digest the entire hearing. Like we saw with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trials, they like those little clips. So what are you looking for? What do you think is going to be those sound bites that come out of this from this witness testimony, but also from the testimony that is pre-recorded that they'll play?
And to your point, Tony, that's why these little clips are so important. And that's why social media and us all getting out the message is so important here, because these little clips, the moments that you see today at the January 6th hearings, those moments that you send to your friends, that you post on Twitter, that you post on Facebook, that you share on TikTok, that you add your commentary to, these are how most of the American public is going to digest this content. And that is truly what will sway public opinion. It's going to be you having conversations with your family and your friends and letting them know exactly what happened and the stakes of what is going on, because January 6th was not a one-time event. January 6th is an ongoing threat to our country that threatens everything. It threatens all issues of our life. And yes, that includes gas prices, that includes inflation, that includes Social Security and Medicare. Literally all of these issues are on the line if we don't even have our democracy. So these are incredibly important hearings. I think with these clips, what I'm looking for is not only the message itself. The message itself is quite important, but the messengers are also perhaps more important. And that's why the people who they are having testify today are so important. They are such important witnesses. They are such important people, being these Republicans, being people who have been conservatives their entire life, issuing these searing indictments of the current elected Republican Party. I think that right there is going to be incredibly powerful. Once we hear the actual pressure campaign about Mike Pence, I think we're going to start to connect the dots there to everything that was going on. And I think that's going to include John Eastman. I think today we've already found out last night that this will include Ginny Thomas, that this is going to include a whole cast of characters. And if you remember, a federal judge has already stated that Eastman's conduct was more likely than not criminal behavior. And he said that about Eastman, and he said that about Trump. So if you have somebody like a Ginny Thomas also in the mix there, then I think you can infer that Ginny Thomas's behavior, if she was covering the same sort of issues, was also probably more likely than not criminal behavior. So I want to get to the bottom of this. I too, like Ben, I really respected that statement from Judge Luttig. I thought it was incredibly powerful. I think that is one for the history books. And in it, he invoked the Civil War, which I think was interesting, almost positioning this current moment in our history as sort of a cold Civil War, invoking statements from Lincoln's Gettysburg Address throughout that statement. And I think those words are powerful. And I hope that there are at least some Republicans looking and realizing that they will not only be judged now, but that history will judge them as well in the future as to where they stand right now. But I will add, if Mike Pence was really this honorable figure and not cowardly, and I do think Mike Pence did the right thing there, but I think if Mike Pence really wanted my respect, he would be there in that room today testifying alongside Luttig, alongside Greg Jacob.
I want to say, I just want to say one other thing though. One of the funniest things though is, John Luttig is as conservative, using the term conservative, and a Republican as you can get. And these people are so steeped in this Donald Trump MAGA cult that they call out the preeminent conservative jurist as being a rhino or a leftist. The fact that John Luttig is being called a leftist tells you just how utterly ridiculous this MAGA movement, how disingenuous and how utter culty it ultimately is, because
it's the same Putin propaganda, right? I mean, you just literally go the complete opposite way. You have like the single most conservative jurist out there, but no, he's a woke lib. That's a woke lib. That's the woke left. It's like, shut the F up.
Well, let me tell you something. I would love to be a fly on Mike Pence's head in some of those meetings with the judge, because I think I'm with you, Ben, that the judge is probably just as or more conservative, quote unquote, than the former vice president, who was looking for a way, or if he could overturn this election. I mean, I think he's probably more conservative than what we think of conservative as Mike Pence. Wouldn't you agree? I mean,
what the judge says in his 12-page statement also is, if this was like what the Trump John Eastman plan was, if this was like brought up in a first-year law school class
right.
as a hypothetical, it would be viewed as treasonous and dumb. The fact that this was brought to a sitting president of the United States, is beyond shocking of the conscious.
Right. And not only just a president, but Trump, the president, who was just a buffoon and looking for any way to keep himself into power. Guys, I want to go to David. If you can stick around, I'm going to go to David Bender and Gabe. I'm going to bring Gabe in here too. Because David, I think you can speak to what's going to happen today in this hearing as far as these witnesses and what we're going to see. What do you think, David?
Well, I got my Walter Winchell hat on, and that means nothing to anybody, but it's
stylish today, David. It's looking good.
So listen, Judge Luttig is crucial, and in ways that are going to really ripple. Calling him a rhino is going to be one of the more ridiculous things for them to try, because his clerks included Ted Cruz and John Eastman. So wait until the Twitter stuff happens and they try and knock him down. If you're talking about the clips that you can pull, Brett, it's the first line. A stake was driven through the heart of American democracy on January 6, 2021, and our democracy today is on a knife's edge. We're going to hear that in just a little while from Judge Luttig. And you can't, there's no way of missing the importance of what he says and taking that out of context. Our democracy is on a knife's edge. So Judge Luttig is going to be very important. You referenced the Vice President's counsel, Greg Jacob. He was in the room when Trump turned the screws on Mike Pence and said, if you don't do this, you're a pussy. Whether they say that, we've gotten bullshit from Bill Barr. We've gotten bullshit from Bill Barr for years.
Well, they said the F word too. They said the F word.
They have.
Maybe they'll use the P word.
It did. I don't think we're going to get that today, but we know it is a matter of fact that the pressure on Pence was unbelievable, and using language like that from the president to the vice president. And that is something in a much more elegant way we're going to see Judge Luttig referred to today, is the kind of pressure. Now, what he does is really important. Is he's teeing up Pence. All of us can say Pence may not have been a hero. He was looking for a way out. He was asking other people what he could do to do what he'd always done for 4 years, anything Donald Trump wanted. He was looking for a way. But when he found that there wasn't one, he did do the right thing. And that's what everyone is teeing him up to hear from this committee. Liz Cheney started it that way on the first hearing, talking about the vice president. We're going to hear that a lot today about how much integrity he showed, how strong he was. So why is that going to happen? I think they are fishing. I think they are trying to throw a line in the water to get Mike Pence to show up. I don't know if he's going to fight, but that's what this is about.
I'll say this also to add to that. I said we all know the jokes about, to be a fly on Mike Pence's head in that specific moment. Well, today I think we'll be as close as we will actually get to getting the perspective of the fly on Mike Pence's head as the insurrection was going on. And so I'm excited to hear that inside perspective.
I have a swatter here in case. This is one, and truly, you've all read the 12-page statement now. It's going to be quoted for, as you said, Ben, it's going to be quoted for a long time. But there are moments in here that when they are clipped, there's no way the news won't lead with it, the mainstream news, but it's going to hit the Republicans. There's no way it can't. This is a guy whose credentials are beyond reproach, and that'll be where they're on the spot. When people go to Ted Cruz and ask him, what do you think of Luttig? He will not throw him under the bus. Maybe he will. Ted Cruz is shameless, as we know, but I think not. I think they'll be quiet, because this is one of those moments where one of their own, in fact, their mentor, is telling them that they led an insurrection to overthrow the Constitution.
And it shows you just how far away they've really gotten from actual conservatism. As we say, as listeners of the Midas Touch podcast will know, and I urge everybody who's watching this to go subscribe to the Midas Touch podcast, these Republicans today are just not conservative in any way. And so when you have somebody like a Luttig go out there and speak and actually espouse real conservative principles, it shocks the current Republican establishment that has gotten so far off course, that has veered so far to the right, that they've literally ended up in Hungary at doing CPAC in Hungary. That's how far they have gone to the right. And so finally, you have a sensible conservative actually come back into the picture. And what do these crazy ultra MAGA Republicans do? They go woke left liberal, woke left crazy, because everybody at that point, when you are so far to the right, everybody looks woke left. And so I hope that this is a huge shock to anybody who actually dare call themselves a conservative, and shows them that this is really what conservative principles mean. And this is really what it means to abide by the Constitution of the United States.
You know, I want to bring in, speaking of the Midas Touch podcast, I want to bring in the most popular co-host of the Midas Touch podcast here, Jordy. Jordy, what
are we, just chop liver? I'm out of here. All right.
The polls speak for themselves. I don't know what to tell you, fellas. The polls are the polls. The facts are the facts.
Hashtag free Jordy. You got to let him out, you know?
Right. Jordy, your mic is not working. Your mic's not working there.
See, this is why we didn't allow Jordy on.
He's still popular even without the mic.
Right.
Here's the thing: if you were to do a poll right now, who was the best speaker between the three of us, based on that performance Jordy just gave, I bet you 80% Jordy would go. He showed up for a second. He tried. Right. I saw the emotions in him.
Right. He really was pushing that mic button, and it wasn't working. Well, I did not take him out of the broadcast. I think Jordy got fed up with Ben and left. Everyone knows that.
Why are you being mean? Why are you guys being mean to him? I mean, he shows up late. Number one.
Very late.
Very late. Number two, his mic is not even working. His buffering. But
Brett and Ben are going to get a phone call from their parents tonight saying, "Why were you so mean to Jordy on the air?"
Hey, gentlemen, this is why I'm an only child.
Okay.
There's a reason for it. I chose that. It works so well. Yeah.
Right.
So I think we're nearing the.
Yes. Well, here I'm going to bring this up here. It looks like some of the witnesses are making their way into.
That's Judge Luttig right there.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Jacob right behind.
Yep.
On our right, and Greg Jacob on the left.
So we will undo the sound here in just a minute to start hearing the
I want to tell everybody right now, before we remove the sound, go and send this YouTube link right now. Text it to your family and friends. Go tweet it out. Go put it on your Facebook page. Let's make this the most watched January 6th hearings yet, and get the message out to everybody.
Because I think it's going to be a big one. I really think it's going to be big. Of course, here they're taking pictures with the press. Gabe, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I think this, this opening statement and kind of the line of questioning are really going to debunk the whole legitimate political discourse argument that the Republicans have made about January 6th. I mean, if there's one thing this makes me envision right now, it's that meme of the stressed out guy who's over the controls. And you have to either admit that January 6th was a coup, or you have to say that Judge Luttig is a hack, and he's a liberal leftist, and he's part of the deep state, right? It's that moment of like, which one do I admit to? The actual conservative, and he's not a conservative, or that the January 6th was a coup? And I think that's a struggle that we're going to see a lot of people bring out, especially as David brought up. You've got Ted Cruz, right? That was his mentor. That was the person that he worked for. You had Eastman, who obviously is a criminal. Is a criminal just by itself, not a lawyer, just a criminal, as Ben pointed out. So I think today will be very revealing, even from the clips that we've already seen leading up about Mike Pence, especially today. So,
and Gabe, you think about the other witnesses who have testified, and the previous witness testimony has been more kind of like sound bitey-ish. Like no witness has really testified more than 3 to 4 minutes each.
Right.
But they've waited strategically to have this Judge Ludwig give the first real traditional kind of statement that we're used to. And they really planned it and done that on purpose after setting the stage for him to spend. I mean, look, it's probably going to take him, if he's going to read the full statement, what I expect it's going to be, probably about 25 minutes to get through, that full statement.
Yeah, they definitely,
each of his words.
With the other clips, Tony and I talked about on the show yesterday and the day before, is they've had these sound bites, which we've seen these people that have been interviewed for hours on end for their depositions, but the clips are really only 30 seconds at a time, right? You see a little bit of Barr here, you see a little of Ivanka here. Like, they're not the major clips, but they've got them cataloged based on who the person is and what they talked about, so they can easily reference them. Like we saw on Monday, we had last minute, removal of, a bill not able to make it. So they're like, well, pull clip 17, 16, 14. Like, they were just going down the list. They were ready to go whenever possible. And I think that's, like you said, setting up for a longer kind of official statement like this. And I'm sure we'll have even more clips that will come out of this.
The chairman is
yes, he is. He's making his way.
The committee is in. So we are
well, fellas, stick around for coverage afterwards. Let's get to the hearing. Thanks for joining us here. We will be
a quick heads up. There will be a break again. They have built that in.
Great. We'll see you guys at the break if you can. Otherwise, let's get to the hearing here. Let's see what the witness panel today is going to say about January 6th.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material represented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. This is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. No idea more un-American. I agree with that, which is unusual because former Vice President Mike Pence and I don't agree on much. These are his words, spoken a few months ago about Donald Trump's attempt to pressure the former vice president, pressure him into going along with an unlawful and unconstitutional scheme to overturn the 2020 election and give Donald Trump a second term in office that he did not win. Today, the Select Committee is going to reveal the details of that pressure campaign. But what does the Vice President of the United States even have to do with a presidential election? The Constitution says that the Vice President of the United States oversees the process of counting the Electoral College votes, a process that took place on January 6, 2021. Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We are fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy was stood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded. Led by my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, today we'll lay out the facts for the American people. But first, I'll recognize my colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take just a few minutes today to put the topic of our hearing in broader context. In our last hearing, we heard unequivocal testimony that President Trump was told his election fraud allegations were complete nonsense. We heard this from members of the Trump campaign. We heard this from President Trump's campaign lawyers. We heard this from President Trump's former Attorney General, Bill Barr. We heard this from President Trump's former acting Attorney General, Jeff Rosen. And we heard this from President Trump's former acting Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. We heard from members of President Trump's White House staff as well. Today, we're focusing on President Trump's relentless effort to pressure Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Here again is how the former vice president phrased it in a speech before the Federalist Society, a group of conservative lawyers.
This week, that President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What the president wanted the vice president to do was not just wrong, it was illegal and unconstitutional. We will hear many details in today's hearing, but please consider these 2 points. First, President Trump was told repeatedly that Mike Pence lacked the constitutional and legal authority to do what President Trump was demanding he do. This is testimony from Mark Short, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, who served in the Trump administration in multiple positions over 4 years.
But just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a dear colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President?
Very consistent.
Okay.
But President Trump plotted with a lawyer named John Eastman to pressure Pence to do so anyway. As the federal court has explained, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6th, 2021. What exactly did President Trump know? When exactly did President Trump know that it would be illegal for Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes? Here is one sample of testimony given by one of the witnesses before us today, the Vice President's General Counsel.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count
Act? I believe he did on the 4th.
That was January 4th, 2 days before the attack on Congress. A second point, please listen to testimony today about all of the ways that President Trump attempted to pressure Vice President Pence, including Donald Trump's tweet at 2:24 p.m. condemning Vice President Mike Pence when President Trump already knew a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. In future hearings, you will hear from witnesses who were present inside the White House, who were present inside the West Wing on that day. But today we focus on the earnest efforts of Mike Pence, who was determined to abide by his oath of office. As Vice President Pence prepared a statement on January 5th and 6th, explaining that he could not illegally refuse to count electoral votes, he said this to his staff.
I mean, the Vice President had said, this may be the most important thing I ever say. And so, this meaning the statement? The statement. And he really wanted to make sure that it was just so.
You will hear today that President Trump's White House counsel believed that the Vice President did exactly the right thing on January 6th, as did others in the White House, as did Fox News host Sean Hannity. Vice President Pence understood that his oath of office was more important than his loyalty to Donald Trump. He did his duty. President Trump unequivocally did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we intend to show the American people that January 6th was not an isolated incident. In the weeks culminating before, it was a legal scheme and deception. We've already learned that President Trump knew he lost the 2020 election. Shortly after, he began to look for a way to circumvent our country's most fundamental civic tradition, the peaceful transfer of power. The president latched on to a dangerous theory and would not let go because he was convinced it would keep him in office. We witnessed firsthand what happened when the President of the United States weaponized this theory. The Capitol was overrun, police officers lost their lives, and the Vice President was taken to a secure location because his safety was in jeopardy. Let's take a look at the effect of Donald Trump's words and actions. I want to warn our audience that the video contains explicit content.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence just caved. No. Is that true? I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. No, I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're gonna drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are gonna get fucking drugged through the streets. Yes.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump.
Bring out Pence! Bring out Pence! Bring it out! Bring out Pence!
How did we get to this point? How did we get to the point where President Trump's most radical supporters led a violent attack on the Capitol and threatened to hang President Trump's own vice president? You'll hear from witnesses that Donald Trump pressured Mike Pence to adopt a legally and morally bankrupt idea that the vice president could choose who the next president can be. You'll hear about how the vice president, the White House counsel, and others told Donald Trump that the vice president had no such authority. But President Trump would not listen. You'll hear how Vice President Pence withstood an onslaught of pressure from President Trump, both publicly and privately, a pressure campaign that built to a fever pitch with a heated phone call on January 6th. You'll also hear that the president knew there was a violent mob at the Capitol when he tweeted at 2:24 p.m. that the vice president did not have the, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Let me be clear. Vice President Pence did the right thing that day. He stayed true to his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. We're honored to have two distinguished witnesses who advised Vice President regarding his role on January 6th. Judge J. Michael Ludig is one of the leading conservative legal thinkers in the country. He served in administrations of President Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. He was appointed by the latter to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, where he served from 1991 to 2006. He provided critical advice for Vice President Pence regarding the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress shortly before that fateful moment. He's written that the vice president does not have the power to select the next president of the United States. He's also written that contrary theory espoused by one of his own former law clerks was, quote, incorrect at every turn. We're also joined today by one of the people who was with Vice President Pence on January 6th. Greg Jacob was counsel to Vice President Pence. He conducted a thorough analysis of the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress under the Constitution, the Electoral Count Act, and 230 years of historical practice. But he also has firsthand information about the attack on the Capitol because he lived through it. He was with the Vice President and his own life was in danger. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. In the United States, the people choose our representatives, including the highest official in the land, the President of the United States. The American people did this on November 3rd, 2020. But President Trump did not like the outcome. He did everything he could to change the result of the election. He tried litigation, 62 cases, in fact, and that failed. He tried to pressure state legislatures to reverse the results of the election in their states, but they refused. He tried to enlist the Department of Justice in his efforts to overturn election results, but officials leading the department refused to comply. So eventually, he latched on to a completely nonsensical and anti-democratic theory that one man, his own vice president, could determine the outcome of the election. He wanted the vice president to unilaterally select the president. This theory that the vice president could unilaterally select the president runs completely contrary to our Constitution, our laws, and the entirety of our American experience. But that didn't matter to President Trump. I would now like to explore how President Trump came to latch on to this ridiculous legal theory that the vice president can select the president of the United States. Mr. Jacob, how did this theory first come to your attention?
The first time that I had a conversation with the vice president about the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act was in early December, around December 7th. The vice president called me over to his West Wing office and told me that he had been seeing and reading things that suggested that he had a significant role to play on January 6th in announcing the outcome of the election. He told me that he had been first elected to Congress in 2000 and that one of his earliest memories as a congressman was sitting in on the 2001 certification, and he recalled that Al Gore had gavelled down a number of objections that had been raised to Florida. And he asked me mechanically, how does this work at the joint session? What are the rules? And I told the vice president that, in fact, I had a fairly good idea of how things work, that actually there aren't rules that govern the joint session, but what there is a provision of the Constitution that's just one sentence long, and then an Electoral Count Act that had been passed in 1887. And I told the vice president that I could put a memo together for him overnight that would explain the applicable rules.
So, Mr. Jacob, when you looked at this theory, what did you conclude?
So we concluded that what you have is a sentence in the Constitution that is inartfully drafted. But the vice president's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. And our review of text, history, and frankly, just common sense all confirmed the vice president's first instinct on that point. There is no justifiable basis to conclude that the vice president has that kind of authority.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We will hear more today about how, despite this conclusion by you and other top legal advisors, the former president used this discredited theory in his campaign to pressure the vice president to decide the outcome of the presidential election. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge Ludig, thank you as well for being here with us today. You issued a very important statement earlier today, which I urge all Americans to read. And I'd like to ask you, Judge, about one of the sentences in your statement and ask if you could explain to us the significance of it. You say, had the Vice President of the United States obeyed the President of the United States, America would immediately have been plunged into what would have been tantamount to a revolution within a paralyzing constitutional crisis. Could you elaborate on that for us, Judge?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. That passage in my statement this morning referenced the most foundational concept in America, which is the rule of law. Thus, as I interpret your question, you were asking about that foundational truth of these United States, which we call America. The foundational truth is the rule of law. That foundational truth is, for the United States of America, the profound truth. But it's not merely the profound truth for the United States. It's also the simple truth, the simple foundational truth of the American Republic. Thus, in my view, the hearings being conducted by this select committee are examining that profound truth, namely the rule of law in the United States of America. The specific question, of course, before you and before the nation, not before me, is whether that foundational rule of law was supremely violated on January 6, 2021. Now, to the question specifically that you asked, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that had Vice President Pence obeyed the orders from his president and the President of the United States of America during the joint session of the Congress of the United States on January 6, 2021, and declared Donald Trump the next President of the United States, notwithstanding that then President Trump had lost the Electoral College vote as well as the popular vote in the 2020 presidential election. That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis in America, which in my view, and I'm only one man, would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Judge, for your solemn attention to these issues and for your appearance here today. We're going to describe and discuss in detail what happened. And as we do, I'm going to describe a few of the details now of some of the actions taken by a gentleman named Kenneth Cheeseborough. After the Electoral College met and cast their votes on December 14th, actually the day before they met, Kenneth Cheeseborough sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote to Mayor Giuliani that the vice president is charged with, quote, making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes, close quote. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote that when the joint session of Congress got to Arizona in the alphabetical list of states, the vice president should not count the Biden votes, quote, because there are two slates of votes. His justification, which we will learn more about in our next hearing, was that a group of Trump supporters in Arizona and other swing states decided to proclaim themselves the true electors for the state, creating two sets of electors, the official electors selected by the state and a group of fake electors. This document was ordered to be produced to the Select Committee by a federal district court judge. As you will see on the screen shortly, Judge David Carter wrote, quote, the draft memo pushed a strategy that knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act. The judge concluded that, quote, the memo is both intimately related to and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. A few days later, Professor John Eastman took up this cause. Eastman was at the time a law professor at Chapman University Law School. He prepared a memo outlining the nonsensical theory that the vice president could decide the outcome of the election at the joint session of Congress on January 6th. You will see portions of this memo on the screen. In the first line, he wrote, quote, 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. But Dr. Eastman goes on to rely on those so-called dual slates of electors to say that Vice President Pence could simply declare President Trump the winner of the 2020 election. Mr. Jacob, were there in fact dual slates of electors from 7 states?
No, there were not.
And just a few days after that, Dr. Eastman wrote another memo. This one, quote, wargaming out several scenarios. He knew the outcome he wanted, and he saw a way to go forward if he simply pretended that fake electors were real. You will see that memo up on the screen now. Here, Dr. Eastman says the vice president can reject the Biden electors from the states that he calls, quote, disputed. Under several of the scenarios, the vice president could ultimately just declare Donald Trump the winner, regardless of the vote totals that had already been certified by the states. However, this was false, and Dr. Eastman knew it was false. In other words, it was a lie. In fact, on December 19th, 2020, just 4 days before Dr. Eastman sent this memo, Dr. Eastman himself admitted in an email that the fake electors had no legal weight, referring to the fake electors as, quote, dead on arrival in Congress, end quote, because they did not have a certification from their states. Judge Ludig, did the Trump electors in those 7 states who were not certified by any state authority have any legal significance?
Congresswoman, there was no support whatsoever in either the Constitution of the United States nor the laws of the United States for the vice president, frankly, ever to count alternative electoral slates from the states that had not been officially certified by the designated state official in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I did notice in the passage from Mr. Eastman's memorandum, and I took a note on it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said in that passage that there was both legal authority as well as historical precedent. I do know what Mr. Eastman was referring to when he said that there was historical precedent for doing so. He was incorrect. There was no historical precedent from the beginning of the founding in 1789 that even as mere historical precedent, as distinguished from legal precedent, would support the possibility of the Vice President of the United States quote, counting alternative electoral slates that had not been officially certified to the Congress pursuant to the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I would be glad to explain that historical precedent if the committee wanted, but it would be a digression.
Thank you very much, Judge. I know my colleagues will be pursuing that issue in more depth. And now I'd like to yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, and staff counsel, Mr. John Wood, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fortunate to have a bipartisan staff. Senior Investigative Counsel John Wood previously served as United States Attorney in Missouri under President George W. Bush. He and I will share today's lines of questioning. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Judge Ludig, I had the incredible honor of serving as one of your law clerks. Another person who did was John Eastman. And you have written that Dr. Eastman's theory that the vice president could determine who the next president of the United States is, in your words, incorrect at every turn. Could you please explain briefly your analysis?
It was my honor, Mr. Wood, to have you serve as my law clerk. I could answer that question perfectly if I had at my disposal either Mr. Eastman's tweet or my own analytical tweet of September 21st, but I don't. But that said, let me try to remember the analysis of Mr. Eastman's analysis.
And Judge, I can read to you and to the audience, I think what was a really key passage from your very insightful analysis when you wrote, I believed that Professor Eastman was incorrect at every turn of the analysis in his January 2nd memorandum, beginning with his claim that there were legitimate competing slates of electors presented from 7 states. You've already addressed that issue. But your next sentence said, continuing to his conclusion that the vice president could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from the 7 states from which competing slates were allegedly presented. So what was your basis for concluding that Dr. Eastman was incorrect in his conclusion that the vice president could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from these disputed states?
I understand. As I previously stated in response to Congresswoman Cheney, there was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Mr. Eastman. At all. None. With all respect to my co-panelist, he said, I believe in partial response to one of the Select Committee's questions, that the single sentence in the 12th Amendment was, he thought, inartfully written. That single sentence is not inartfully written. It was pristine clear that the President of the Senate on January 6th, the incumbent Vice President of the United States, had little substantive constitutional authority, if any, at all. The 12th Amendment, the single sentence that Mr. Jacob refers to says in substance that following the transmission of the certificates to the Congress of the United States and under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the Archivist of the United States, that the presiding officer shall open the certificates in the presence of the Congress of the United States in joint session. It then says unmistakably, not even that the Vice President himself shall count the electoral votes. It clearly says merely that the electoral count votes shall then be counted. It was the Electoral Count Act of 1887 that that filled in, if you will, the simple words of the 12th Amendment in order to construct for the country a process for the counting of the sacred process for the counting of the electoral votes from the states, that neither our original Constitution nor even the 12th Amendment had done. The irony, if you will, is that from its founding until 1887, when Congress passed the Electoral Count Act, the nation had been in considerable turmoil during at least 5 of its presidential elections, beginning as soon thereafter from the founding as 1800. So it wasn't for almost 100 years later until the Electoral Count Act was passed. So that's why, in my view, that piece of legislation is not only a work in progress for the country, but at this moment in history, an important work in progress that needs to take place. That was long-winded, I understand.
Well, Judge Ludig, at the risk of oversimplifying for the non-lawyers who are watching, is it fair to say that the 12th Amendment basically says 2 things happen? The Vice President opens the certificates and the electoral votes are counted. Is it that straightforward?
I would not want that to be my testimony before the Congress of the United States. The language of the 12th Amendment is that simple.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jacob, I have a question for you. I believe during your deposition before this committee, you said something to the effect of you'd read every word written about the 12th Amendment, the Electoral Count Act, and historical practice. I know in response to the chairman's earlier question, you gave your bottom line conclusion, but can you tell us a little bit about the process that you and your colleagues went through of researching this issue and what conclusion you came to after your thorough research?
So you, as a lawyer who's analyzing a constitutional provision, you start with the constitutional text, you go to structure, you go to history. So we started with the text. We did not think that the text was quite as unambiguous as Judge Ludig indicated. In part, we had a constitutional crisis in 1876 because in that year, multiple slates of electors were certified by multiple slates. And when it came time to count those votes, the antecedent question of which ones had to be answered. That required the appointment of an independent commission. That commission had to resolve that question, and the purpose of the Electoral Count Act of 1887 had been to resolve those latent ambiguities. Now, I'm in complete agreement with Judge Ludig. It is unambiguous that the vice president does not have the authority to reject electors. There is no suggestion of any kind that it does. There is no mention of rejecting or objecting to electors anywhere in the 12th Amendment. And so the notion that the vice president could do that certainly is not in the text. But the problem that we had and that John Eastman raised in our discussions was we had all seen that in Congress in 2000, in 2004, in 2016, there had been objections raised to various states. And those had even been debated in 2004. And so here you have an amendment that says nothing about objecting or rejecting, and yet we did have some recent practice of that happening within the terms of the Electoral Count Act. So we started with that text. And I recall in my discussion with the vice president, he said, I can't wait to go to heaven and meet the framers and tell them the work that you did in putting together our Constitution is a work of genius. Thank you. It was divinely inspired. There is one sentence that I would like to talk to you a little bit about. So then we went to structure. And again, the vice president's first instinct here is so decisive on this question. There's just no way that the framers of the Constitution, who divided power and authority, who separated it out, who had broken away from George III and declared him to be a tyrant, there was no way that they would have put in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be president of the United States. And then we went to history. We examined every single electoral vote count that had happened in Congress since the beginning of the country. We examined the Electoral Count Act. We examined practice under the Electoral Count Act. And critically, no vice president in 230 years of history had ever claimed to have that kind of authority, hadn't claimed authority to reject electoral votes, had not claimed authority to return electoral votes back to the states. In the entire history of the United States, not once had a joint session ever returned electoral votes back to the states to be counted. And in the crisis of 1876, Justice Bradley of the United States Supreme Court, who supplied the decisive final vote on that commission, had specifically looked at that question and said, first, the vice president clearly doesn't have authority to decide anything. And by the way, also does not have authority to conduct an investigation by sending things back out for a public look at things. So the history was absolutely decisive. And again, part of my discussion with Mr. Eastman was, if you were right, don't you think Al Gore might have liked to have known in 2000 that he had authority to just declare himself president of the United States? Did you think that the Democrat lawyers just didn't think of this very obvious quirk that he could use to do that? And of course, he acknowledged Al Gore did not and should not have had that authority at that point in time. But so text, structure, history, I think what we had was some ambiguous text that common sense and structure would tell you the answer cannot possibly be that the vice president has that authority. As the committee already played the vice president's remarks, there is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person would choose the American president. And then unbroken historical practice for 230 years that the vice president did not have such an authority.
Thank you. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. Jacob, you weren't the only one who knew that the legal theory was wrong, though. Here's what various advisors to the president thought about that theory.
You've been clear repeatedly with Mr. Meadows about you and the vice president having a different view about his authority on January 6th.
I believe I had.
Did Mr. Meadows ever explicitly or tacitly agree with you or say, yeah, that makes sense, or okay?
I believe that that Mark did agree.
What makes you say that?
I believe that's what he told me. But as I mentioned, I think Mark had told so many people so many different things that it was not something that that I would necessarily accept as, okay, well, that means that's resolved.
I see. Tell me more what he told you on this topic.
Well, I think it was that, the vice president doesn't have any broader role. And I think he was understanding of that.
So despite the fact that he may have said other things to the president or others, to you, he said he understands the vice president has no role.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say that to you several times?
A couple of times.
Before January 6th?
Yes.
The way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty and had at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
Pat expressed his admiration for the vice president's actions on the day of the 6th and said that he concurred with the legal analysis that our team had put together to reach that point.
It made no sense to me that in all the protections that were built into the Constitution for a president to get elected and steps that had to be taken, that the power to choose the next president would be sitting with the vice president.
Do you know if Mr. Clark or Mr. Morgan thought about that, Mr. Eastman's advice?
Yeah, they thought he was crazy.
Do you know if they ever expressed an opinion on whether they thought the vice president had the power that John Eastman said he did?
I know for a fact I heard both say that his theory was crazy, that there was no validity to it in any way, shape, or form.
And did they express that before January 6th?
Yes.
To whom?
I think anyone who would listen.
Okay, what were your prior interactions with Eastman?
He described for me what he thought the ambiguity was in the statute, and he was walking through it at that time. And I said to him, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And he said, yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? Right? And that was pretty blunt. I said, you're completely crazy. I said, you're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen? And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. I said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said words to the effect of, there's been violence in the history of our country, Eric, to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
In fact, there was a risk that the lawyers in the White House counsel's office would resign. For example, Fox News host Sean Hannity expressed concern that the entire White House counsel's office could quit. As you can see from these texts, Mr. Hannity wrote to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that, quote, "We can't lose the entire White House counsel's office. I do not see January 6th happening the way he is being told." A few days later, on January 5th, Mr. Hannity wrote to Mr. Meadows that, quote, "I'm very worried the next 48 hours. Pence pressure, White House counsel will leave." While Sean Hannity was apparently very concerned about the possibility that the White House counsel would resign in protest, of the president's effort to force the vice president to violate the Constitution. Some others close to the president were more dismissive of the White House counsel's position. Here's what Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor Jared Kushner said during his deposition regarding the White House counsel Pat Cipolloni's threats to resign.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
The president's own lead outside counsel, Rudy Giuliani, also seemed to concede that the vice president did not have the authority to decide the outcome of the election or send it back to the states. Here's what White House attorney Eric Hirschman said about his call with Mayor Giuliani on the morning of the 6th.
The morning of January 6th, I think he called me out of the blue, right? And I was like getting dressed. And we had an intellectual discussion about Eastman's, I don't know if it's Eastman's theory per se, but the VP's role. And he was asking me my view and analysis and then the practical implications of it. And when we finished, he said, like, I believe that, you're probably right. I think he thought when we're done that it would be something he'd have to consider if he was sitting on the bench, but he'd probably come down in that, you couldn't interpret it or sustain the argument long term.
Of course, the fact that Mayor Giuliani seemed to admit that the theory was wrong did not stop him from going before the crowd just a few hours later on January 6th and saying the exact opposite. Here's Mayor Giuliani's speech at the Ellipse rally on January 6th.
We're here just very briefly to make a very important 2 points. Number one, every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States. It is perfectly appropriate, given the questionable constitutionality of the Election Counting Act of 1887, that the vice president can cast it aside and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was vice president. He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots, or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work.
And here's what Dr. Eastman said in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th.
And all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not.
Even Dr. Eastman knew his theory didn't hold water. Mr. Jacob, you discussed and even debated this theory at length with Dr. Eastman. Did Dr. Eastman ever tell you what he thought the U.S. Supreme Court would do if it had to decide this issue?
Yes. We had an extended discussion, an hour and a half to 2 hours on January 5th. And when I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
I appreciate that. In our investigation, the Select Committee has obtained evidence suggesting that Dr. Eastman never really believed his own theory. Let me explain. On the screen, you can see a draft letter to the president from October 2020. In this letter, an idea was proposed that the vice president could determine which electors to count at the joint session of Congress. But the person writing in blue eviscerates that argument. The person who wrote the comments in blue wrote, quote, "The 12th Amendment only says that the president of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session and then, in the passive voice, that the votes shall then be counted." The comments in blue further state, "Nowhere does it suggest that the president of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own." Judge Ludig, does it surprise you that the author of those comments in blue was in fact John Eastman?
Yes, it does, Congressman. But let me, watching this unfold, let me try to unpack what was at the root of what I have called the blueprint to overturn the 2020 election. And it is this, and I had foreshadowed this answer in my earlier testimony to Congresswoman Cheney. Mr. Eastman, from the beginning, said to the president that there was both legal as well as historical precedent for the vice president to overturn the election. And what we've heard today, I believe, is what happened within the White House and elsewhere as all the players led by Mr. Eastman got wrapped around the axle by the historical evidence claim by Mr. Eastman. Let me explain very simply. This is what I said would require a digression that I would be glad to undertake if you wished. In short, if I had been advising the Vice President of the United States on January 6th, and even if then Vice President Jefferson and even then Vice President John Adams and even then Vice President Richard Nixon had done exactly what the President of the United States wanted his Vice President to do. I would have laid my body across the road before I would have let the Vice President overturn the 2020 election on the basis of that historical precedent. But what this body needs to know, and now America needs to know, is that that was the centerpiece of the plan to overturn the 2020 election. It was the historical precedent in the years and with the vice presidents that I named, as Congressman Raskin understands well. And the effort by Mr. Eastman and others was to drive that historical precedent up to and under that single sentence, single pristine sentence in the 12th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Taking advantage of, if you will, what many have said is the inartful wording of that sentence in the 12th Amendment. Scholars before 2020 would have used that historical precedent to argue not that Vice President Pence could overturn the 2020 election by accepting non-certified state electoral votes, but they would have made arguments as to some substantive, not merely procedural, authority possessed by the Vice President of the United States on the statutorily prescribed day for counting the Electoral College votes. This is constitutional mischief.
Judge, I think that's a good point. And I think it kind of begs the question that if the vice president had this power to determine the outcome of a presidential election, why hasn't it ever been used before? Why hasn't that ever happened? Why hasn't a vice president simply rejected the outcome of an election and declared someone else the winner? And instead, as the chairman mentioned in his opening, for over 2 centuries, vice presidents have presided over the joint sessions of Congress in a purely ceremonial role. This even includes, as Mr. Jacob mentioned, Vice President Al Gore. For those of us who are old enough to remember, the 2000 election came down to one state, Florida. There were weeks of recounts and litigation after the election, and Al Gore conceded. Of course, Al Gore was vice president at the time, but he never suggested that he could simply declare himself the winner of the 2000 election when he presided over the counting of the electoral votes. Let's hear what Vice President Gore said when he described the situation he faced in 2000.
Importance of the United States of America in all of human history. In Lincoln's phrase, we still are the last best hope of humankind. And the choice between one's own disappointment in your personal career and upholding the noble traditions of America's democracy is a pretty easy choice when it comes down to it.
Mr. Jacob, did Dr. Eastman say whether he would want other vice presidents such as Al Gore after the 2000 election or Kamala Harris after the 2024 election to have the power to decide the outcome of the election?
So this was one of the many points that we discussed on January 5th. He had come into that meeting trying to persuade us that there was some validity to his theory. I viewed it as my objective to persuade him to acknowledge he was just wrong. And I thought this had to be one of the most powerful arguments. I mean, John, back in 2000, you weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election. And I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Mark Short told the Select Committee that Vice President Pence consulted with one of his predecessors, Vice President Dan Quayle, regarding the role of the Vice President. Vice President Quayle confirmed Pence's view that the role was purely ceremonial. Mr. Short also told the committee that he, Mr. Short, received a call from former House Speaker Paul Ryan. Here is Mr. Short's description of his conversation with Speaker Ryan.
Speaker Ryan wanted to call and say, you know, you don't have any greater authority. And I said to him, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mike, you know, he doesn't, you know, he recognizes that. And we sort of laughed about it. And he said, I get it. And he later spoke to the vice president too, to, I think, have the same conversation.
Fortunately for the fate of our republic, Vice President Pence refused to go along with President Trump's demands that he determine the outcome of the presidential election. Mr. Jacob, what was the Vice President's reaction when you discussed with him the theory that the Vice President could decide the outcome of the election?
Congressman, as I've testified, the Vice President's first instinct was that there was no way that any one person, particularly the Vice President, who is on the ticket and has a vested outcome in the election, could possibly have the authority to decide it by rejecting electors or to decisively alter the outcome by suspending the joint session for the first time in history in order to try to get a different outcome from state legislatures.
Despite the fact that the Vice President had a strongly held and correct view that he could not decide the outcome of the election, President Trump launched a multi-week campaign of both public and private pressure to get the Vice President Mike Pence to violate the Constitution. Here are some examples of the intense pressure the Vice President faced from all sides and what his Chief of Staff thought of it.
I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great Vice President comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President?
Very consistent.
I am aware of the fact that the President was upset with the way Pence acted.
Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved.
That'd be a nice way to say a guy named Vice President Mike Pence?
Yes.
I think we've been clear as to what the Vice President's role was. I think the Vice President been clear with the President. I think I've been clear with Mark Meadows.
I think the Vice President is going to throw down tomorrow and do the right thing because, Lou, like I said before, this is a time for choosing. People are going to look back at this moment tomorrow and remember where every single one of their elected officials were. Did they vote for the rule of law and getting these elections right, or did they give it away to the Democrats and the people who cheated and stole their way through this election? Definitely when I got back into town, as talk say like the 5th and the 6th, the President was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
The Vice President really was not wavering in his commitment to what his responsibility was. And so, yeah, was it painful? Sure. The President's pressure campaign started in December. For example, although the Vice President made his views clearly and unmistakably known to the President and others in the White House, on December 23rd, President Trump retweeted a memo from an individual named Ivan Reichlen entitled Operation Pence Card that called on the Vice President to refuse the Electoral College votes from certain states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner. President Trump started his pressure campaign in December, but he dialed up the pressure as January 6th approached. The testimony we have received in our investigation indicates that by the time January 4th arrived, President Trump had already engaged in a, quote, multi-week campaign to pressure the Vice President to decide the outcome of the election. This had included private conversations between the two leaders, Trump's tweets, and at least one meeting with members of Congress. We understand that the Vice President started his day on January 4th with a rally in Georgia for the Republican candidates in the U.S. Senate runoff. When the Vice President returned to Washington, he was summoned to meet with the President regarding the upcoming joint session of Congress. Mr. Jacob, who attended that meeting?
The attendees were the Vice President, the President, Mark Short, the Chief of Staff to the Vice President, myself, and John Eastman. There was about a 5-minute period where Mark Meadows came in on a different issue.
Let's show a photo of that meeting. Mr. Jacob, during that meeting between the President and the Vice President, what theories did Dr. Eastman present regarding the role of the Vice President in counting the electoral votes?
During the meeting on January 4th, Mr. Eastman was opining that there were two legally viable arguments as to authorities that the vice president could exercise 2 days later on January 6th. One of them was that he could reject electoral votes outright. The other was that he could use his capacity as presiding officer to suspend the proceedings and declare essentially a 10-day recess during which states that he deemed to be disputed, there was a list of 5 to 7 states that the exact number changed from conversation to conversation, but that the vice president could sort of issue a demand to the state legislatures in those states to re-examine the election and declare who had won each of those states. So he said that both of those were legally viable options. He said that he did not recommend, upon questioning, he did not recommend what he called the more aggressive option, which was reject outright, because he thought that that would be less politically palatable. The imprimatur of state legislature authority would be necessary to ultimately have public acceptance of an outcome in favor of President Trump. And so he advocated that the preferred course of action would be the procedural route of suspending the joint session and sending the election back to the states.
Mr. Jacob, I know you won't discuss the direct conversations between the president and the vice president. So rather than asking you what the vice president said in that meeting, I'll ask you a more general question. Did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not unilaterally decide which electors to accept?
The vice president never budged from the position that I have described as his first instinct, which was that it just made no sense from everything that he knew and had studied about our Constitution that one person would have that kind of authority.
And did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not delay certification and send it back to the states?
No, he did not.
Did Dr. Eastman admit in front of the president that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
So during that meeting on the 4th, I think I raised the problem that both of Mr. Eastman's proposals would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. Mr. Eastman acknowledged that that was the case, that even what he viewed as the more politically palatable option would violate several provisions, but he thought that we could do so because in his view, the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional. And when I raised concerns that that position would likely lose in court, his view was that the court simply wouldn't get involved. They would invoke the political question doctrine, and therefore we could have some comfort proceeding with that path.
Mr. Wood?
But just to reiterate, he told you, maybe this was in a later conversation, but he told you at some point that if in fact the issue ever got to the Supreme Court, his theory would lose 9-0, correct?
The next morning, starting around 11 or 11:30, we met for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And in that meeting, I've already described the text, structure, history conversation, but we started walking through all of that. And I said, so John, basically what you have is some text that may be a little bit ambiguous, but then nothing else that would support it, including the fact that nobody would ever want that to be the rule. Wouldn't we lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court? And again, he initially started, well, maybe you'd only lose 7-2, but ultimately acknowledged that no, we would lose 9-0. No judge would support his argument.
After his meeting with the vice president, Donald Trump flew to Georgia for a rally in support of the Republican candidates in the United States Senate runoff. Even though the vice president had been steadfast in resisting the president's pressure, President Trump continued to publicly pressure Vice President Pence in his Georgia speech. Rather than focusing exclusively on the Georgia Senate runoff, Trump turned his attention to Mike Pence. Here's what the president said during that rally in Georgia.
Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
So the president had been told multiple times that the vice president could not affect the outcome of the election, but he nonetheless publicly pressured Mike Pence to do exactly that by saying, quote, "If he doesn't come through, I won't like him as much." Let's turn now to January 5th. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. That morning, meaning January 5th, the president issued a tweet expressly stating that the vice president had the power to reject electors. Let's look at what the president wrote. Quote, "The vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors." Mr. Jacob, you've already told us about your meeting with Dr. Eastman and the president on January 4th, and you briefly made reference to the meeting you had with Dr. Eastman the next day, January 5th. Can you tell us a little bit more about that meeting with Dr. Eastman on January 5th? For example, where was the meeting? Who was there?
So at the conclusion of the meeting on the 4th, the president had asked that, that our office meet with Mr. Eastman the next day to hear more about the positions he had expressed at that meeting. And the vice president indicated that offered me up as his counsel to fulfill that duty. So we met in Mark Short's office in the executive office building across the way from the White House. Dr. Eastman had a court hearing by Zoom that morning, so it didn't start first thing, but rather started around 11. And that meeting went for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Chief of Staff Mark Short was at that meeting most of the time. There were a few times that he left. And essentially, it was an extended discussion. What most surprised me about that meeting was that when Mr. Eastman came in, he said, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors." So on the 4th, that had been the path that he had said, "I'm not recommending that you do that." But on the 5th, he came in and expressly requested that. And I grabbed a notebook as I was heading into the meeting. I didn't hear much new from him to record, but that was the first thing I recorded in my notes was request that the VP reject.
Just to be clear, you're saying that Dr. Eastman urged the vice president to adopt the very same approach that Dr. Eastman appeared to abandon in the Oval Office meeting with the president the day before. Is that correct?
He had recommended against it the evening before, and then on the 5th came in, and I think it was probably his first words after introductions and as we sat down were, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors in the disputed states."
And you referenced a moment ago some handwritten notes, which you've provided to the Select Committee. I'd now like to show you those notes. As you can see, you wrote there at the top, the writing's a little bit faint in the copy, but you wrote, "Requesting VP reject." Does that accurately reflect what Dr. Eastman asked of you in your meeting on January 5th?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when Dr. Eastman said on January 5th that he was there to ask the Vice President of the United States to reject electors at the joint session of Congress?
I was surprised because I had viewed it as sort of one of the key concessions that we had secured the night before from Mr. Eastman that, that he was not recommending that we do that.
So what did you say to him?
Well, as I indicated, to some extent, it simplified my task because there are more procedural complexities to the send it back to the states point of view. And I actually had spent most of my evening the night before writing a memorandum to the Vice President explaining all of the specific provisions of the Electoral Count Act that that plan would violate. So instead, since he was pushing the sort of robust unilateral power theory, I've already walked the committee through the discussions that we had. I started out with our points of commonality, or what I thought were our points of commonality. We're conservatives, we're small government people, we believe in originalism as the means by which we're going to interpret this. And so we walked through the text, we walked through the history, and the committee has shown footage of Mr. Eastman on the stage on the 6th, claiming that Jefferson supported his position in a historical example of Jefferson. In fact, he conceded in that meeting Jefferson did not at all support his position, that in the election of 1800, there had been some small technical defect with the certificate in Georgia. It was absolutely undisputed that Jefferson had won Georgia. Jefferson did not assert that he had any authority to reject electors. He did not assert that he had any authority to resolve any issue during the course of that. And so he acknowledged ourselves the winners of the election. You would have an opposed House and Senate disagreeing with that. You would have state legislatures that, to that point, I mean, Republican leaders across those legislatures had put out statements, and we collected these for the vice president as well, that the people had spoken in their states and that they had no intention of reversing the outcome of the election. We did receive some signed letters that Mr. Eastman forwarded us by minorities of leaders in those states, but no state had any legislative house that indicated that it had any interest in it. So you would have had just an unprecedented constitutional jump ball situation with that standoff. And as I expressed to him, that issue might well then have to be decided in the streets. Because if we can't work it out politically, we've already seen how charged up people are about this election. And so it would be a disastrous situation to be in. So I said, I think the courts will intervene. I do not see a commitment in the Constitution of the question whether the vice president has that authority to some other actor to resolve. There's arguments about whether Congress and the vice president jointly have a constitutional commitment to generally decide electoral vote issues. I don't think that they have any authority to object or reject them. I don't see it in the 12th Amendment, but nonetheless. And I concluded by saying, John, in light of everything that we've discussed, can't we just both agree that this is a terrible idea? And he couldn't quite bring himself to say yes to that, but he very clearly said, well, yeah, I see we're not going to be able to persuade you to do this. And that was how the meeting concluded.
But you just described a terrifying scenario. Sounds like there could have been chaos under the Eastman approach. And you even described it as it potentially could be decided in the streets. And you described several concessions that Dr. Eastman made throughout that discussion or even debate that you had with him. At some point during that meeting on January 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of the theories that he had presented to the United States the day before? So the theory that the vice president could reject electors outright and declare Donald Trump the winner, and his less aggressive theory that the vice president could simply send it back to the states. At some point in that conversation on the 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of these theories suffered from similar legal flaws?
So I had at least one, possibly two other conversations with Dr. Eastman later that day. In the earlier meeting, we really were focused, because his request that he made had been reject the electors outright, on why that theory was wrong and why we certainly would not be doing that. Later that day, he pivoted back to, well, we hear you loud and clear, you're not going to reject. But remember last night, I said that there was this more prudent course where you could just send it back to the states. Would you be willing to do that? And during the course of our discussion about his renewed request that we consider that option, he acknowledged to me, he put it, both Mr. Eastman and myself are graduates of the University of Chicago Law School. And he said, look, as graduates of that august institution, you and I will mutually understand that the underlying legal theory of plenary vice presidential authority is what you have to get there. Because this new theory, as I was pointing out to him, or the procedural theory, still violates several provisions of the Electoral Count Act, as he acknowledged. And the only way that you could ever be able to ignore several provisions of statutory law is if it was pretty clear that they were unconstitutional. And the only way they could be unconstitutional is if the vice president had the plenary authorities that were formed the basis for the reject votes as well. So he acknowledged in those conversations that the underlying legal theory was the same. He just thought that the send it back to the states option would be more politically palatable, and he hoped more palatable to the vice president for that reason.
And in fact, when Dr. Eastman made this concession during that meeting, according to your earlier deposition, Dr. Eastman said, just between us, University of Chicago chickens, is that right?
I don't think that the University of Chicago is going to start a Chicago Chickens fundraising club, but yes, that is the terminology that he used. He said, you know, just between us Chicago chickens, we will understand as lawyers who have studied the Constitution that the underlying basis really is the same.
I reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Jacob, the president and the vice president meet again on that same topic the next day, January 5th, correct?
So after my extended meeting with Mr. Eastman that morning, during that time, the vice president had been back at his residence working on his statement to the nation that we released the next day. He got down to the White House some point between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock as my meeting with Mr. Eastman was wrapping up. And when Mark Short and I went over to meet with the vice president, and actually we thought maybe we had good news. We felt like we had sort of defeated Mr. Eastman, that he was sort of acknowledging that there was no there. But the vice president was then asked down to the Oval Office, and he went down to the Oval Office while Mark and I stayed back in the vice president's office.
You weren't in that meeting.
I was not.
In the book Peril, journalists Bob Woodward and Robert Costa write that the president said, quote, "If these people say you have the power, wouldn't you want to?" The vice president says, quote, "I wouldn't want any one person to have that authority." The president responds, "But wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power?" Vice president is reported to have said, "No, look, I've read this and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option. I've done everything I could and then some to find a way around this." It's simply not possible. My interpretation is no. To which the president says, no, no, no. You don't understand, Mike. You can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you don't do this. We asked Mark Short about this during his deposition.
An understanding that I would have. In other conversations with the vice president, he articulated to me that no, he wouldn't want that power bestowed upon any one person.
Mr. Jacob, did you, Mr. Short, and the vice president have a call later that day again with the president and Dr. Eastman?
So yes, we did.
And what did Dr. Eastman request on that call?
On that phone call, which I believe was around 5 o'clock that afternoon, Mr. Eastman stated that he had heard us loud and clear that morning. We were not going to be rejecting electors, but would we be open to considering the other course that we had discussed on the 4th, which would be to suspend the joint session and request that state legislatures re-examine certification of the electoral votes.
That same day, January 5th, the New York Times ran a story about the disagreement between the president and the vice president about whether the vice president could determine the outcome of the election. Even though the New York Times story was indisputably correct, Donald Trump denied it. Trump issued a statement claiming that the vice president had agreed that he could determine the outcome of the election, despite the fact that the vice president had consistently rejected that position. Let's look at what the president said in his statement. Quote, "The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act." Mr. Jacob, how did the vice president's team react to this statement from the president that the vice president could take an active role in determining the winner of the presidential election?
We were shocked and disappointed because whoever had written and put that statement out, it was categorically untrue.
Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, had an angry phone call with Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller about this statement. Here's what Mr. Short and Mr. Miller told the committee about that call.
Okay, tell me about the conversation you had with Jason.
It was brief. I was irritated and expressed displeasure that a statement could have gone out that misrepresented the vice president's viewpoint without consultation.
The statement says the vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Is that incorrect?
I think the record shows that that's incorrect.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been through many documents that clarify that this is not where the vice president was.
Right. So essentially, the president's sending out a baldly false statement about being in alignment, purported alignment with the vice president, despite all of the predicate that you indicated had gone before about their respective positions. Is that effectively what happened?
I interpret the statement as false. I'll let you figure out who sent it out.
When Mark Short contacted you, he was upset. Is that what you said?
He clearly was not pleased.
Tell us what he said.
What's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting where only 2 people were in the room?
Did he ask you to retract the statement?
No, I think it went right to what's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting when only 2 people were in the room.
And he clearly disagreed with the substance though, right? Because he said the vice president doesn't agree with this.
Trying to think what exactly he said. I mean, the tone was very clearly that he used some language to strongly infer that the vice president disagreed with that take, but I don't remember what that language was.
Did he dictate this statement?
He dictated he dictated most of it. I mean, typically on these, I might have a couple of wording suggestions, or maybe I, have a sentence or a rough framework or something of that. But I know with specificity on this one that it was me and him on the phone talking through it. And ultimately the way this came out was the way that he wanted to.
The dispute between the president and the vice president had grown to the point where the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short, was concerned that the president could, in Mr. Short's words, quote, lash out at the vice president on January 6th. In fact, Mr. Short was so concerned about it that he talked with the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail on January 5th. Here is Mr. Short.
Concern was for the vice president's security, and so I wanted to make sure the head of the vice president's Secret Service was aware that that likely, as these disagreements became more public, that the president would lash out in some way.
After the recess, we will hear that Mark Short's concerns were justified. The vice president was in danger. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
So as the committee goes to a break, we will bring in a few for some commentary here. You see the committee leaving. We have a few people to hear from. A lot to digest here. I want to bring in David Bender and my co-host, Gabe Sanchez. David and Gabe, what was your thoughts through some of this testimony here?
I'm sorry, we're buffering here. I'm left.
Yeah, you're good. You're good there. You're good there.
Okay. Well, listen, we've read Judge Luke's statement. I wish he had. It is a very powerful statement. I think that it's unfortunate. Well, let me ask you both just a quick question if you haven't looked it up. How old do you think Judge Ludick is?
I'm not really sure. I don't like to
72.
Yeah, there you go.
He just turned 68 3 days ago. I'm a little concerned because it's closing in on where I'm going to be. And I hope I speak a little more clearly than that. Here's the problem. I think he's very uncomfortable doing this in public. This is not what he likes to do. He's made that clear. He's given no interviews. I saw an interview during this. I wanted to see if he had spoken publicly before, and he did to Bill Kristol, an old friend. He talked as we're talking now. He talked conversationally. He was able to speak clearly. This is something he, rather like Mueller, he didn't want to do. And you can see it. You can feel it. So he's speaking very precisely. So he's choosing his words as carefully as possible. So let's forget about style and go to substance. The substance of what he said was profoundly important, that this is a constitutional crisis. And he didn't mince words about that. He took a long time getting there. But if I encourage everyone to read his statement, I'm just going to read the first line of it. A state was driven through the heart of American democracy on January 6, 2021, and our democracy today is on knife's edge. I wish he'd said that.
Right.
But we just did. And for everyone listening here, please read this statement, because what he can do brilliantly is express the danger to the republic that this action, this pressure on Vice President Pence specifically took to put the country in danger of losing our constitutional liberty. And he says that flat out. He didn't say it here. What I do think was important about what we just saw was that they're laying out the case, and particularly through the clips, they're laying out the case of step by step how Trump ignored And we saw it just right before the break. We saw him lying. It couldn't be more clear. What's the process for issuing a statement when only two people are in the room?
Right.
And the two people in the room were Trump and Pence. Trump comes out and very specifically, it was made clear by Jason Miller of all people that in fact this was dictated to him by Trump.
Yep.
The vice president and I are in complete agreement that he has the power. That is a flat out lie designed to ratchet up the pressure on Mike Pence.
Right. Well, I want to bring in Texas Paul and the Trump NDA killer Jessica Denson because I'd like their take before the committee comes back. But I want to go to Texas Paul first. And the reason why is because I want your take real quick on what the judge said about lying in the street before he because it sounded like Texas Paul type language when he talked about lying in the street before he let his democracy go down. What did you think of that moment, Paul?
I'm sorry. Every time he is a brilliant man, but I felt like I was stuck in the DMV in the movie Zootopia the whole time. But he meant every word of that.
Right.
He meant every word of that. He said, "I will die before I let this happen."
Right.
And this is a Republican, folks. I mean, this is not a Democrat.
Right.
He was trying his level best to stress just how serious this was, how serious it is now. We really need to pay attention to what he said. I know it's easy to get lost in the theater of it. Yeah, he talks slow, but listen to the words the man said.
That's right.
I would be willing to lay in the street and die before I let this happen because it's the end of our country.
That's a great point. So, Jessica, follow up on that because you talk a lot about this because of how you fought back against the Trump team. But your old boss, Steve Bannon, also made an appearance in one of the clips there. So tell us about, the fight for democracy and, the mindset of this Trump team, because it seemed like they were grasping at any straw that they possibly could give. And it seems like this is a theme throughout the Trump presidency on almost anything. They would come out and be discovered there's a lie, and they would reverse engineer, if that's a good word, all of this. So it seemed like they were almost reverse engineering and finding any straw that they could find, even all the way back to something that Thomas Jefferson actually did not do, as they stated here in the hearing. So what's your take on the testimony so far?
Well, that's what a malignant narcissist always does, is surround themselves with sycophants who will tell them what they want to hear constantly, right? This was completely predictable from the beginning of Trump's presidency. But chiming in on what David and Paul said, I couldn't agree more. The judge speaks slowly, but I actually found him to be very deliberative. I appreciated the time he was taking. I hadn't heard him speak publicly before, so I didn't know that he doesn't normally speak this way. But if you listen to what he said in the open, he said, the rule of law is the foundational truth of this country. He said it's the foundational truth. It's a symbol and it is profound. The rule of law. Now, I want to leave you with one thing. If you noticed that conversation from Greg Jacob where he was talking about Mike Pence saying, when I go to heaven, see about that, right? When I go to heaven, I want to tell the founders that the Constitution was divinely inspired, but maybe they made a mistake with the 12th Amendment or the Electoral Count Act, or the 12th Amendment specifically. But you know what's divinely inspired? The criminal laws that we have in the federal statute. The code that makes it a crime to conspire to defraud the United States. That is divinely inspired. And so I am inspired that we have the ammunition to hold these people and Donald Trump himself, who is responsible for violating that foundational truth that holds us up as a democracy, in our hands to utilize.
Thank you, Jessica. And as we sit here and watch the hearing room, David, what do you expect us to see and hear in the second half after the break? What do you think we're going to have as far as content here? Are we going to have a lot of clips and video testimony? Or are we going to hear more from witnesses. What's your?
I know that these are the only two witnesses that they have. My guess is that they are going to do their very best, because I think it's run a little longer than they thought, to not focus on Judge Luttig further. I think they have plenty of clips to go to, but just to the point of how powerful Judge Luttig's words are, much better on the page than having to wade through them. War on democracy, instigated by the former president and his political party allies on January 6th, was the natural and foreseeable culmination of the war for America. It was the final fateful day for the execution of a well-developed plan by the former president to overturn the 2020 presidential election at any cost, so that he could cling to the power that the American people had decided to confer upon his successor, the next president. Knowing full well that he had lost the 2020 presidential election, the former president and his allies and supporters falsely claimed and proclaimed to the nation that he had won the election, and then he and they set about to overturn the election that he and they knew the former president had lost. The treacherous plan was no less ambitious than to steal America's democracy. Now that's Judge Luttig. That's how completely to the point his sentiments about this are. And I hope that we take that away from this today, but more to the point, I hope we keep pumping that out. I would hope, to your question, I would hope that the committee reads some of that into the record, not just puts it in the record, but reads it and gets him to simply nod his head in agreement. That would be great.
Right. Well, and to the point that the judge did take a while to say some of the statements that he said, to the general counsel, the former counsel of Mike Pence, he was very snappy in some of his responses. He was very quick to say yes, no, bam, 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 and be very precise, almost like a scalpel. Jessica, what did you make of that testimony when he was slicing and dicing there?
Yeah, what I was actually thinking about when you were talking about that is how they brought out that Eastman had one opinion about the illegality of this coup attempt, this plan to pressure Mike Pence on January 5th, and then his mind changed on January 6th. What do we all know is the one factor that changed his position? Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump was calling the shots.
Yep, yep, I believe so. Texas Paul, what was your take? Because I actually tweeted out something like Eastman didn't even believe his own big pile of steamy shit. He didn't even believe this because he was even admitting that yes, we would lose 9-0, right? Like he had moved so far from maybe we'd get 3 votes that there's no way and there's no chance in hell we'd win. So what was your take on that testimony where he's saying John Eastman didn't even believe this stuff?
Well, I was actually sitting there thinking when I was listening to it about something that Jessica had said earlier. I think, David, you'd mentioned this also about Merrick Garland. He is not, he's like the Terminator. There's not any emotion there. Once the crime's there, you can shoot the guy with the 12 gauge. He's still going to crawl after you and put your ass in jail. And everything we've heard so far has been the crime. I mean, we have heard enough. You don't have to succeed for you to have committed this crime. I mean, failing doesn't mean that they didn't attempt it. And we heard today they absolutely attempted it.
Yep.
I mean, it's undeniable.
I don't mean to cut you off there, Paul. We're going to get back to the hearings here. If you guys want to stick around after, we'd love to hear some more commentary from you guys. So stick around after we go back to the hearing.
Committee will be in order. Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized.
I'd now like to turn to the events of January 6, 2021, which turned out to be a fateful day in our nation's history. Despite the fact that the Vice President consistently told the President that he did not have and would not want the power to decide the outcome of the presidential election, Donald Trump continued to pressure the Vice President, both publicly and privately. As you will hear, things reached a boiling point on January 6th, and the consequences were disastrous. In the middle of the night, on January 5th, into the morning of the 6th, around 1 a.m., President Trump tweeted at the Vice President, meaning that the comments in response to the President's tweet would also show up on the Vice President's Twitter feed. The tweet stated that the Vice President could, quote, come through for us and send it back to the states. Then around 8 a.m. on January 6th, President Trump again tweeted, this time to say that the Vice President could send it back to the states and, quote, we win. And that this is the time for extreme courage. Mr. Short told us during his deposition that the Vice President started a meeting on January 6th in prayer. Here is what Mr. Short said.
You arrived at the Vice President's residence.
As would often be the case, I recall that knowing it would be an important day, we gathered in prayer, and often that would be something the staff member would lead. So it would have just been at that time, I believe, the Vice President, myself, Greg, and Chris, and we would have just asked for guidance and wisdom, knowing that the day was going to be a challenging one.
Mr. Jacob, did you go to the Vice President's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the Vice President have a call with the President that morning?
He did.
Were you with the Vice President during the call?
So we had been putting the Vice President had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the President. The Vice President stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The President had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never before seen photographs of the President on that call from the National Archives.
When I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval, and do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the President and the Vice President. Is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the Vice President.
Could you hear the Vice President or only hear the President's end?
Only heard the President's end. But at some point it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I think till it became somewhat, louder tone. I don't think anyone was paying attention to it initially.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the President was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what'd you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, my memory, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, you are a wimp, you'll be a wimp. Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the President said to the Vice President that something to the effect of, you don't have the courage to make a hard decision.
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah.
Do
you're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Did Ms. Trump share with you any more details about what had happened, or any details about what had happened in the Oval Office that morning?
That her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president.
Do you recall anything about her demeanor, either during the meeting or when you encountered her in Dan Scavino's office?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, I think she was uncomfortable over the fact that there was obviously that type of interaction between the two of them.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to, that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Mr. Jacob, how would you describe the demeanor of the vice president following that call with the president?
When he came back into the room, I'd say that he was steely, determined, grim.
Of course, the most dangerous part of what Donald Trump did on January 6th was what he did himself. As will be discussed in detail in a future hearing, our investigation found that early drafts of the January 6th ellipse speech prepared for the president included no mention of the vice president. But the president revised it to include criticism of the vice president and then further ad-libbed. Here is what the president said on January 6th after his call with Vice President Pence.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The president's words had an effect. President Trump's supporters became angry. When the vice president issued his public letter, the crowd at the Capitol erupted in anger. The rioters who had erected makeshift gallows began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Testimony in our investigation has made clear what the target of the rioters' ire was: Vice President Mike Pence. The rioters breached the Capitol at 2:13 p.m. Now let's take a look at what was going on at the White House at this time. We received testimony that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was notified of the violence at the Capitol by 2 p.m. and likely earlier. The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the president and that he did so before the president issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the president wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Nothing but a traitor, and he deserves to burn with the rest of them.
So this all escalated after Pence. What happened to Pence? Pence didn't do what we wanted.
Pence voted against Trump.
Okay, and that's when all this started?
Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol. We've been shot at with rubber bullets, tear gas.
We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector votes. That's right. You heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Fuck you, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget.
It's real simple. Pence betrayed us, which apparently everybody knew he was going to, and the president mentioned it like 5 times when he talked. You can go back and watch the president's video.
This is our capital. Let's be respectful to him. There's 4 million people coming in, so there's a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
Although the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has refused to testify before this committee, Mr. Meadows' aide, Ben Williamson, and White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews testified that Mr. Meadows went to the dining room near the Oval Office to tell the president about the violence at the Capitol before the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet. In future hearings, you'll hear more about exactly what was happening in the White House at that time. But here is what some White House staff told the Select Committee.
Do you know where he went?
Yes, I followed him down the hallway, and I followed him into the outer Oval corridor, which is the hallway between the Oval Office hallway and the outer Oval section of the Oval Office. I followed him into that little corridor hallway. I saw him walk into outer Oval. I maybe took a step into outer Oval and then left. And I don't know where he went outside of that, but it looked like he was headed in the direction of the Oval Office.
You know, we had all talked about at that point about how it was bad and the, you know, situation was getting out of hand. And I know Ben Williamson and I were conferring, and we thought that the president needed to tweet something immediately. And I think when Kaylee gave us that order of don't say anything to the media, I told her that I thought the president needed to tweet something. And then I remember getting a notification on my phone, and I was sitting in a room with Roma and Ben, and we all got a notification. So we knew it was a tweet from the president, and we looked down, and it was a tweet about Mike Pence.
I believe I had sent him a text saying that we may want to put out some sort of statement because the situation was getting a little hairy over at the Capitol. And then it was common for, after I would text him, I would just go down and see him in person.
You went down to speak with Mark Meadows after this. What was that conversation?
Very brief. I went down and told him the same thing I have in the text that I can recall. And I don't remember anything that was said between us other than I told him that. And to my recollection, he immediately got up and left his office.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged. The crowds inside the Capitol were able to overwhelm the law enforcement presence, and the vice president was quickly evacuated from his ceremonial Senate office to a secure location within the Capitol complex. By 2:24 p.m., the Secret Service had moved Vice President Pence from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall.
The noise from the rioters became audible, at which point we recognized that maybe they had gotten into the building.
Then President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth."
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad. And so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
30 seconds later, rioters already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. And just 30 seconds after that, rioters breached the crypt, one floor below the vice president.
The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs.
I think they've been trying to figure out whether they had a clear route to get us to wherever it was that they wanted to move us to.
We moved pretty quickly down the stairs and through various hallways and tunnels to the secure location. Upon arriving there, there was further discussion as to whether or not we were going to leave the Capitol complex or stay where we were.
Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they stayed for the next 4.5 hours, barely missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time. Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the vice president's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. This witness, whom the FBI affidavit refers to as W1, stated that other members of the group talked about things they did that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. W1 further stated that members of the Proud Boys said that they would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. We understand that congressional leaders and others were evacuated from the Capitol complex during the attack. We'd like to show you what happened after the vice president was evacuated from the Senate. Select Committee has obtained never-before-seen photos from the National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the president had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the vice president returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors. So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the vice president leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the vice president refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did. And then I noticed that the vice president had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the vice president had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the vice president had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel. And the vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the vice president of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand this right. You were told to get in the cars, and how many of the vice president's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the vice president was in a secure location within the Capitol complex, he continued the business of government. We understand that the vice president reached out to congressional leaders, like the acting Secretary of Defense and others, to check on their safety and to address the growing crisis. In addition, the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short, made several calls to senior government officials. Here's Mr. Short's testimony regarding his call with Representative Kevin McCarthy.
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he'd expressed frustration that not taking the circumstances seriously as they should in that moment.
All right. So Mr. McCarthy indicated he'd been in touch with someone at the White House, and he conveyed to you that they weren't taking this as seriously as they should. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
While the vice president made several calls to check on the safety of others, it was his own life that was in great danger. Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the vice president to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Mr. Jacob, immediately before you and the vice president were evacuated to a secure location within the Capitol, you hit send on an email to John Eastman explaining why his legal theory about the vice president's role was wrong. You ended your email by stating that, quote, "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." We'll take a look at that email. Now, Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, "The siege is because you and your boss," presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, "did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened." Mr. Jacob, later that day, you wrote again to Dr. Eastman. Let's show that email on the screen. In that email, you wrote, and I quote, "Did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" And you ended that email saying, "It does not appear that the president ever got the memo." Dr. Eastman then replied, "He's been so advised." And he ends his email with, quote, "But you know him, once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," close quote. Mr. Jacob, when Dr. Eastman wrote, "Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," did you understand the he in that email to refer to the President of the United States?
I did.
And Mr. Jacob, did you hear from Dr. Eastman further after the riot had been quelled? And if so, what did he ask?
Late that evening, after the joint session had been reconvened, the vice president had given a statement to the nation saying that violence was not going to win, freedom wins, and that the people were going to get back to doing their work. Later that evening, Mr. Eastman emailed me to point out that in his view, the vice president's speech to the nation violated the Electoral Count Act, that the Electoral Count Act had been violated because the debate on Arizona had not been completed in 2 hours. Of course, it couldn't be since there was an intervening riot of several hours. And that the speeches that the majority and minority leaders had been allowed to make also violated the Electoral Count Act because they hadn't been counted against the debate time. And then he implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the Vice President please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days? Suspend the joint session, send it back to the states.
And we'll show you the text of that email, which Dr. Eastman wrote at 11:44 p.m. on January 6th. So after the attack on the Capitol and after law enforcement had secured the Capitol, he still wrote, as you described, quote, "So now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations." So even after the attack on the Capitol had been quelled, Dr. Eastman requested, in writing no less, that the Vice President violate the law by delaying the certification and sending the question back to the states. Is that correct, Mr. Jacob?
It is.
Did you eventually share Dr. Eastman's proposal with Vice President Pence?
Not right at that time, because the Vice President was completing the work that it was his duty to do. But a day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the Vice President delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, "That's rubber room stuff."
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood. He said it's rubber room stuff?
Yes, Congressman.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I understood it to mean that after having seen play out what happens when you convince people that there is a decision to be made in the Capitol legitimately about who is to be the president and the consequences of that, that he was still pushing us to do what he had been asking us to do for the previous 2 days, that was certifiably crazy.
We know that the Vice President did not do what Dr. Eastman requested because he presided over the completion of the counting of electoral votes late in that evening.
Number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Mr. Jacob, we heard earlier that you and the Vice President and the team started January 6th with a prayer. You faced a lot of danger that day. And this is a personal question. But how did your faith guide you on January 6th?
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it. and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went, and in Daniel 6, Daniel has become the second in command of Babylon, a pagan nation, but he completely faithfully serves. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
It spoke to you.
Yes.
At the end of the day, Mark Short sent the vice president a text message with a Bible verse. Here's what he told the select committee.
At 3:50 in the morning, when we finally adjourned and headed our own ways, I remember, texting the vice president a passage from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7 about, I fought the good fight, I've finished the race, I've kept the faith.
He started his day with a prayer and ended his day with a Bible verse. I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, I've kept the faith. White House attorney Eric Hirschman testified that the next day, January 7th, he received a call from Dr. Eastman. Here is Mr. Hirschman's account of that call.
The day after, Eastman, I don't remember why he called me, or he texted me or called me, wanted to talk with me, and he said he couldn't reach others. And he started to ask me about something dealing with Georgia and preserving something potentially for appeal. And I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition. And I screamed, I said, I don't want to hear any other effing words coming out of your mouth, no matter what, other than orderly transition. Repeat those words to me. And I screamed, eventually he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
In fact, just a few days later, Dr. Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani and requested that he be included on a list of potential recipients of a presidential pardon. Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works. Dr. Eastman did not receive his presidential pardon. So let's see what Dr. Eastman did as a result when he was deposed by this committee.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself.
Did the Trump legal team ask you to prepare a memorandum regarding the vice president's role in the counting of electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, did you advise the President of the United States that the Vice President could reject electors from 7 states and declare that the President had been reelected? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, the first sentence of the memo starts off by saying 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. Is that statement in this memo true?
Yeah.
President Trump authorized you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
Fifth.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Fifth.
Dr. Eastman pled the Fifth 100 times. Finally, let's hear from a federal court judge, the only one to date who has opined on whether the president was involved in criminal activity. Page 36 of Judge Carter's ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. Page 40 of the ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. And page 44, Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a Democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. Mr. Jacob, what would have happened to our democracy if Vice President Pence had gone along with this plan and certified Donald Trump as the winner of the 2020 election?
So there would have been short-term and long-term effects. The short-term I previously described, a constitutional jump ball situation, political chaos in Washington, lawsuits, and who knows what happening in the streets. And you would have had the Vice President of the United States having declared that the outcomes of these state elections were incorrect. So for all of those reasons, there would have been significant short-term consequences. But in the long term, we would have established a situation where a vice president would have asserted that one person could have the authority to determine the outcome of an election, which is antithetical to everything in our democracy. It's antithetical to the rule of law. And so it would have been significant impacts, both in the short and the long term.
Judge Ludig, in the statement you released earlier today, you wrote that the efforts by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election were, quote, the most reckless, insidious, and calamitous failures in both legal and political judgment in American history. What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, Congressman.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I want that back. Mr. Chairman, this was an informative hearing, a powerful hearing. I'm grateful for your leadership and the leadership of the distinguished Vice Chair. Donald Trump knew he lost the 2020 election, but he could not bring himself to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. So he latched on to a scheme that, once again, he knew was illegal. And when the Vice President refused to go along with it, he unleashed a violent mob against him. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue. I'll yield back now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Aguilar, and thank you very much to our witnesses today, Mr. Jacob and Judge Ludig. Thank you for being here with us. We have seen so far in our hearings that President Trump knew that his claims of a stolen election were false. You have seen that he knew that Mike Pence could not legally refuse to count electoral votes. And you have seen what President Trump did to pressure Mike Pence into taking illegal action. Over the course of our next hearings, you will see information about President Trump's efforts, John Eastman efforts, the Trump legal team's efforts to apply pressure to Republican state legislatures, state officials, and others. Judge Carter has recently written, quote, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. We will examine all of those threats, and we will examine the Trump team's determination to transmit materially false electoral slates from multiple states to officials of the executive and legislative branches of our government. We will examine the pressures put on state legislatures to convene to reverse lawful election results. An honorable man receiving the information and advice that Mr. Trump received from his campaign experts and his staff. A man who loved his country more than himself would have conceded this election. Indeed, we know that a number of President Trump's closest aides urged him to do so. This committee will address all of these issues in greater detail in the coming weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Judge Ludick and Mr. Jacob, our nation owes you a great debt for your knowledge, integrity, and your loyalty to our Constitution. You and Vice President Pence are exactly the people our nation needed at a critical time. You had the courage to do what was right. In the weeks leading up to January 6th, many people failed this test when they had to choose between their oath to the country or the demands of Donald Trump. But there were others who, like you, stood tall in the face of intimidation and put our democracy first. They include the judges who rejected the bogus claims of election fraud, the senior Justice Department officials who stood up to Donald Trump, and the state officials whom we will hear from at our next hearing. We are deeply grateful to your courage and devotion to our country. There are some who think the danger has passed, that even though there were violence and a corrupt attempt to overturn the presidential election, the system worked. I look at it another way. Our system nearly failed and our democratic foundation destroyed, but for people like you. Judge Ludick, I want to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts on the ongoing threat. You've written the clear and present danger to our democracy. Now is that former President Donald Trump and other political allies appear prepared to seize the presidency in 2024 if Mr. Trump or one of his anointed candidates is not elected by the American people. What do you mean by this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored beyond words by your words. I was honored on January 6, 2021. Then also honored beyond words to have been able to come to the aid of Vice President Mike Pence. I prayed that day, just like the Vice President prayed that day. I believe we may have prayed the same prayer to the same God. I prayed that same prayer with my wife this morning before I came into these hearings. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. That's not because of what happened on January 6th. It's because to this very day, the former president, his allies and supporters pledge that in the presidential election of 2024, if the former president or his anointed successor as the Republican Party presidential candidate were to lose that election, that they would attempt to overturn that 2024 election in the same way that they attempted to overturn the 2020 election, but succeed in 2024 where they failed in 2020. I don't speak those words lightly. I would have never spoken those words ever in my life, except that that's what the former president and his allies are telling us. As I said in that New York Times op-ed, wherein I was speaking about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the former president and his allies are executing that blueprint for 2024 in open and plain view of the American public. I repeat, I would have never uttered one single one of those words unless the former president and his allies were candidly and proudly speaking those exact words to America. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today for these proceedings.
Thank you again, Judge Ludick. As a part of the Select Committee's charge to make recommendations that are informed by other investigative findings, we will be reviewing the views shared by Judge Ludick and other experts on potential improvements to the Electoral Count Act, among a range of other initiatives. I know the information we presented over the last week is shocking. The idea that a president of the United States would orchestrate a scheme to stay in power after the people have voted him out of office. We're able to present this information because so many witnesses have cooperated with our probe. But the fact is, there are more people with direct knowledge, with evidence germane to our investigation. I ask those who might be on the fence about cooperating to reach out to us. The committee's website address is being displayed behind me, january6.house.gov. There you can view the evidence we presented in our hearings and find a tip line to submit any information you might think would be helpful for our investigation. And despite how you might not think it's important. Send us what you think. And I thank those who sent us evidence for their bravery and patriotism. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And there you have it. The committee has adjourned for day 3 of the public hearings of the January 6th Select Committee to get to the bottom of not just what happened on the day of January 6th, but as we've seen today, the lead up to January 6th and the pressure campaign that was put on the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, and his staff to do the thing that John Eastman thought he had the power to do, kind of. Maybe thought he had the power to do. We see the committee go out. I'm going to bring in my co-host, Gabe Sanchez, and a Mighty favorite Texas ball. Fellow, it quite an ending there with Lydic. Wow, the statements that he was making there, where he says, hey, this president tried to take away your democracy, and anyone who is him or like him that runs for president and possibly becomes the nominee and the elected president in 2024, our democracy is done. So I'm going to stay a little bit with the coverage here. Yesterday, the last time we had some people come out and speak. So if we get some people speaking, we'll go to them. But Texas Paul, what did you think of that ending statement from the judge there, where he laid out what would happen if we let Trump or anyone like Trump take power in the United States? Paul, get your mic. Your mic needs to be unmuted. Sorry.
Sorry about that, bud.
No, there you go. There you go.
You know,
I want to tell you, if someone comes to the mic, I might cut you off. So but go ahead and give us your thoughts on that final statement.
I was completely appreciative of his sincerity and candidness. It's something that I've been saying for the longest, that if we do not vote Democrat in the midterm and cut the power away from these people, because it's not just the people that we're talking about here, the entire Republican Party -2 have been complicit in this. Mm-hmm. I've been keeping score, and so far what we've learned is Trump was told by everyone that he lost, everyone with complete credibility that he lost. He went into steal mode. Everyone then told him that was credible that you can't do that. There's no legal way to do it. You cannot steal this election, period. But he believed, we have Jason the Thumb Miller, we've got dumbass Eastman, we got Rudy the drunk, we've got Steve the walking scab Bannon, telling him, oh, you can get away with it. You can get away with it. But he knows it's a crime. Everyone has told him it's a crime. It's as though I went to rob a bank, put my team together, went into the bank, and the guy that was supposed to pick the vault says, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm still guilty. I still did it, And what's worse is the legislatures that were going to work with him. That's why we need to get Jenny Thomas, because the legislatures that were going to work with him on this, they're like the money launderers that would have taken my money and laundered it later. They're guilty too. What I don't know, because I'm not an attorney, is what exactly is the statute these people need to be prosecuted under. But it's like the old question, what is pornography? Well, I can't tell you, but I know it when I see it. I know what I saw here. I know what I've seen here. This is a damn crime. Mm-hmm. And everybody has admitted it. Everybody. I mean, Pence when you went to Pence and said, steal this for me, that was a crime. Am I crazy? Am I losing my mind? I mean, really?
We're gonna see maybe Greg Jake. Nope, Greg
No,
Jake.
no. He's like, I said my 2 cents. I'm good.
I'm
I said
out of
what
here.
But I mean, I would agree with Texas Paul here is that like, just because you aren't successful in the thing that you planned to do that was illegal doesn't mean that it wasn't illegal. It still means that you were conspiring to actually commit this crime. And yes, we are so lucky that they were unsuccessful in this coup. But the thing that we have to remember is it's still a crime. You guys still plan for it. You guys still, even into, in the beginning of, before the election in 2020, you were already building that narrative of it's all rigged, it's a hoax, they're out to get me. And then when the results come in and you find out that Trump loses, then they double down on that, right? I mean, Eastman doesn't even believe the story that he's trying to pull here, right? Like the fact if you don't believe your own BS that you're pushing, right? That says something right there. And then not only that, but then when you have Eastman then say, oh shit, okay, this actually might be a bigger problem than I thought. I'm going to go ask for a pardon, and then doesn't get a pardon. I mean, like, innocent people don't just ask for a pardon. Guilty people ask for a pardon. Guilty people plead the fifth, right? What did Trump say about pleading the fifth?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like you have all these people standing in line for pardons, right? And not only that, you have them pleading the fifth or not even cooperating with the select committee.
Right.
Bannon, Mark Meadows, several
Navarro,
others. Right.
You've got all these people. You've got Bannon, who just got rejected, I think yesterday, the day before, for his attempt to get around his own contempt of court. These are people, again, that they're like, we're completely innocent. Everything that we did is by way of the Constitution. But you're trying to bypass how our founding fathers, the actual people that believed in democracy, wanted to put forward. And these people are like, oh, no, what we did wasn't illegal. We're completely innocent. But by the way, if you're just going to be writing those pardons at the end of the year, make sure to put my name on the list, please. Like, that's what it is. It's like they're making a Christmas list.
Why wouldn't you want to make sure that you're safe? I'm on base, right? Like when you were a kid and you're playing tag, like I'm on base. I got my pardon ready. Do you? I mean, and that I guess begs to the question, because a lot of people brought it up, is did Donald Trump give himself a pocket pardon? And do some of these other people have pocket pardons? But it's clear now that it doesn't seem that way, that these people have pocket pardons. But I would like to see the list of pardons that were being pimped to Donald Trump. What do you think, Texas Paul?
Excellent question. I would love to know everybody who A, got a pardon, and B, who asked for one. But again, I would like to draw to the fact that we are right now talking about the above board things that happen in the offices. Okay. Who liaisoned with the Proud Boys? Mm-hmm. Who liaisoned with the Oath Keepers?
That's right.
Who liaisoned with the 1A Praetorians that most Americans don't even know exist, but work with Flynn consistently? Who liaisoned between the White House and them? Who built the bombs that got put at the RNC and DNC? Who told folks to ferry in Molotov cocktails? Who told Fox News, hey, have some BLM and Antifa coverage ready to go?
Right.
Who liaisoned with these people? I mean, we haven't gotten to the end of this. This stinks to high heaven, man. I mean, this is just one aspect of the coup that we're getting here, and it's already ugly as hell. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just, I don't know about you, but I'm turning red. I'm mad as hell right now. I mean, I just sat down and I just wrote that list. I said, go back to day one. Trump knew. Mm-hmm. Everybody told him. Nobody stuttered. Everybody was clear. You lost. You lost the day of the election. Everybody came in and told him, hey, boss, we lost. He knew. Everybody told him, you can't steal it. You can't. Everybody Eastman talked to said, you're out of your mind. This is rubber room stuff. I mean, literally
Right,
the
right.
quote they used.
I usually say nuttier than squirrel turds, but you know, like this stuff that they were pimping around Washington. And again, like I said earlier, they were grasping at straws. Any little just drip of someone to give them support, because that's what happened in Georgia when he called Brad Raffensperger. That was the whole Arizona thing. I mean, they were grasping at any straw that they could to get someone to say that he had won, and he didn't. He didn't fucking win. He lost. And on top of that, Mike Pence grasped at every straw to find out if he could even do what the hell Eastman and Trump were saying. And I think it to the Mike Pence and Proud Boys thing, with the actual evidence that they're using to say that the Proud Boys were ready to kill Mike Pence, because we've seen in the last few days that Enrique Tarrio had some sort of a plan, right? And that's the other thing that this hearing showed, is it showed Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman standing on stage. And Rudy Giuliani said in not so many words, "This is part of the plan." Like, it was all planned. This wasn't just a bunch of goofy motherfuckers in MAGA hats coming to Washington, gather up in front of a stage where Donald Trump puked up this vile anti-democratic garbage, threatened Mike Pence, "If you don't do it, I'll turn my mob on you, and we're going to go to the Capitol, we're going to take this government over, and we're going to commit a coup," in all intents and purposes. That wasn't just a flash in the pan. That was the intention the entire time. That was the whole plan the entire time. And it seems to be that they had plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, as many ways as possible to make sure that they remained in power and no one could stop them. Not even Mike Pence, in that maybe the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi.
I mean, the thing that I keep coming back to is this administration they were basically throwing a rager, and they didn't want anyone to ruin the party, right? They're just, throwing shit, ruining it. They're making a mess of things. And then you've got someone who comes in and says, "Oh, actually, hey guys, we should probably quiet down and pack things up and kind of close house so we don't get in trouble." But meanwhile, you've got Trump and others who are kind of drunk on power and be like, "No, we're going to live forever." It's like that moment in Almost Famous where he's like, "I'm a golden god." Like, that is Trump right there. He's standing on a roof denying the reality that sits in front of him, which is he's done. It's over. He lost. Over 7 million people said, "You know what? You got to go," right? Or 81 million, but 7 million people in terms of a difference. And you look at this, and these guys are complete jokes. Like, all of these people, despite the fact that in public, they were willing to fight and push to stay in office, or were just complicit in not saying anything in their silence. But once they go on record and giving their deposition, they're like, "Oh yeah, Trump, he was a complete idiot. He did not live in this reality. He could not see what was before him. He was unable to allow himself to be removed from office." And I mean, I would imagine the next 3 or so hearings, we're going to find out even more. I mean, next time,
guys,
yeah.
we have Jamie Raskin coming to a microphone. So I'm gonna bring up Jamie Raskin here.
Well, we had, I mean, to the extent that all of these lawyers were saying that Trump continued to try to persuade them, even though they had categorically rejected this idea.
Sorry, is that about that sounds like what we heard about, specifically Trump's claims of election fraud. I'm talking about.
No, it's the same thing. I mean, when we have witnesses saying Trump is calling Pence a wimp, Trump is saying he didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done, he's obviously identifying this disagreement. I'm not saying that Donald Trump was much interested in the constitutional law, but he clearly was interested in getting Pence to do his will, despite the fact that everybody was telling Trump that there was no constitutional basis for what he was asking for.
And is there a message here to the Department of Justice that something should be done on this, some action should be taken on this, what you're saying is a clear violation of the law?
Donald Trump lied about the facts that Biden beat him by more than 7 million votes and 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. And he lied about the law in saying that the vice president, for the first time in American history, could assert unilateral extra constitutional powers to reject Electoral College votes. So the whole thing was based on a tissue of lies.
Congressman, do you want to hear from Ginny Thomas, and what would you want to know from her?
Like the chairman of our committee, I'm interested in receiving all relevant evidence from material witnesses. So I would be interested to the extent that she's a material witness.
From what you've seen so far, do you think that she has any kind of criminal culpability, or what do you make of what you've seen so far? Because it sounds like you guys have a bit of her correspondence, maybe a lot of her correspondence.
But as far as I know, the only thing that I've seen is what has been seen publicly, which is emails. I don't know if there's any other information. So to the extent that she has relevant evidence and she's a material witness, I'm very interested to see what she's got to say.
We know about Ginny Thomas. Is it clear in your mind that Mr. Eastman has committed a crime based on the fact that he was asking for presidential pardons and some of the other evidence you laid out today?
Well, the request of a constitutional pardon, as we've seen before in this process, it indicates some consciousness of guilt, or at least fear of guilt. But he's entitled to the presumption of innocence like everyone else. Of course, as a lawyer, he's also bound by the law like everyone else. Just because he's a lawyer doesn't mean he has any special exemption from the criminal or civil law.
But Congressman, combining the pardon with his statements to Jacob that he knew the actions would violate the Electoral Count Act, does that suggest at this point a knowing, and that he knowingly violated statute or intended to violate statute?
Well, the fact that he was looking into a pardon for himself as a lawyer suggests either consciousness of guilt or fear that he might be guilty. And beyond that, look, every American citizen is entitled to a presumption of innocence. And, we are not a criminal prosecuting agency. We are charged with delivering a report to the American people about this massive assault on American constitutional democracy, and that's really our focus.
But do you think that suggested conscience of guilt extends to your Republican colleagues who sought pardons from the White House?
I would say, without referring to any particular case, that a request for a pardon suggests consciousness of guilt or possible fear of prosecution.
Would you agree with Eric Christian that he needs a good criminal defense lawyer?
I'm sorry?
Criminal charges. Many of your own parties.
Look, I've said this from the beginning. There are different kinds of accountability in our system of laws, and one kind of accountability is individual criminal accountability for potential offenses committed. But another kind of accountability is the accountability we owe to future generations of Americans to figure out what went wrong here. We have to fortify our institutions against coups, insurrections, and political violence and subversion going forward. That, to me, is even more important than individual criminal accountability, which is very important. But that's really up to the Department of Justice.
During the hearing, John Eastman actually put out a statement about his correspondence with Ginny Thomas and released an email between him and her in December of 2020. Can you confirm that the committee has more than just one email between the two of them?
That is news to me, what you just told me.
But
Yeah.
is it multiple emails that the committee has?
Again, I have not looked specific with the emails. All that I've seen is really what's in the newspaper. I'm not working on it.
Do you want to read it and then get back to us?
I'll try to get back.
Sorry, so two questions on the Eastman emails.
Yeah.
Are there any other, obviously it's, made you guys interested in Ginny Thomas again. Are there any other avenues that this has opened up in the investigation that you want to look more into?
I'm sorry, the Eastman emails?
Yes, the
saying?
new tranche that you guys just got.
I don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay, and then you had a clip of Mark Short recalling a conversation with Kevin McCarthy about what he told either Trump or the White House during January 6th, and he, quote, expressed frustration that the White House wasn't taking this more seriously. That kind of seemed like obviously it was Mark Short, Mike Pence's guy, but other than that, it seemed like kind of a non sequitur in the overall subject of this hearing. What was the purpose of including that, and will we be hearing more on in future hearings on what Kevin McCarthy may have told people about his conversations?
Stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for that.
How would you describe the interest? How would you?
Okay.
Go ahead, Church, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
How is it possible the DOJ is looking for material you have, you have subpoena power, et cetera? Jail time.
Okay, as we're watching Jamie Raskin here, I'm going to bring in David Bender.
Well, you know,
And our co-host and Texas Paul back, our panel, to see if we can get some insight on what maybe he is saying here. David, have you been listening to what Jamie Raskin? I don't know if David's here with us. I don't think he's hearing what we got going on
How
here.
would you describe the relationship between Trump and Eastman? They seem to, based on the testimony today, be a lot closer.
David, are you there,
Yes.
David?
It's neared.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, how would you describe the relationship between Trump and Eastman, especially as it got closer
Now
to
we've got
January
Jamie
6th?
Raskin back at the mic a little better.
Well, look, if you take the big picture, Donald Trump refused to accept the results of the 2020 presidential election. So the first thing they did was the right thing to do, which is you go to court. Unfortunately for him, the courts came back, more than 60 of them, rejecting every claim of electoral fraud and corruption that had been suggested by Trump and his supporters. So that gives us a comprehensive and meticulous record refuting any claims of electoral fraud that are out there. That should have been the end of the story. But then they went, as you will see in a future hearing, to the state legislatures to try to get them just to nullify the popular vote and to vote electors to Donald Trump. They went to particular election officials to try to browbeat them into finding votes for Donald Trump, in other words, to commit election fraud. And we saw that in Georgia, where Trump told Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, just find me 11,780 votes. When all of that didn't work, there were a couple of other potential plans that you'll hear about, including the idea of seizing the election machinery and getting the military to rerun the election, because everybody knows about that provision in the Constitution where the military can seize the election machinery and rerun the election, right? So that one also evaporated, but then it all came down to January the 6th. It was all about, can we get Mike Pence to violate his constitutional duties, step outside of his constitutional role, and then nullify electoral college votes that had been cast by multiple states representing tens of millions of voters. That was the whole thing. So when you ask what was Trump's relationship with Eastman in the final days there, it was that Trump was relying on Eastman to give legal cover to an absurd legal theory, which was advancing an absurd factual hypothesis, which was that Donald Trump had actually won the election.
How important is it that you amend the Electoral Count Act?
I think that the experience we've just been through indicates that there are fixes to the Electoral Count Act that need to happen. Speaking as one member of the committee, to my mind, that alone would be insufficient to the enormity of the challenges it faces.
On top of that,
What would be sufficient?
We'll be getting into it more deeply.
On top of that,
the Electoral College? Is that something you want
We'll
to
be
see
getting
changed?
into it more deeply. There are lots of problems. I mean, for example, if all we said was that the vice president does not have an authority to do what no one ever thought he had an authority to do, that would obviously be radically insufficient to the task. And we also have to be careful not to be fighting the last battle, because as Judge Ludig stated cogently at the end of the hearing, the threat is still very much out there for 2024. Nobody believes that Vice President Harris is going to try to steal the presidential election for Donald Trump or anyone else.
Do you have any thoughts on the Senate's negotiations with the ECA?
I haven't seen the details of it recently.
on top of that, Mr. Raskin, we saw a new email showing that Mr. Eastman had asked for a pardon from the president. Do you think that it is still possible for the Department of Justice to indict or otherwise prosecute people like Mr. Eastman who would otherwise sought a pardon? And do you think that this made the case to the Justice Department?
Well, it's obviously not illegal for him to seek a pardon,
Right.
so that that's not a criminal act in itself. The question is whether that is indicative of his consciousness of guilt or his fear of prosecution based on all of the actions he had undertaken in conjunction with Donald Trump. And I think those are all legitimate questions, and they certainly bear more factual inquiry.
Can I just ask, with regard to these pardons, both with Mr. Eastman and the members of Congress, known and unknown, do you have details about what they said they're specifically seeking a pardon for? We know about Scott Perry, your colleague, Ms. Cheney mentioned him.
Yeah.
Do you can you tell us if you have the details about what explicitly they said they want to be pardoned for?
No, I do not have that information, and I'm not certain what they asked for. I will only say that Judge Carter in California, in the Eastman litigation, who was the only judge to have opined on this, said that he thought that it was likely that Donald Trump had engaged in federal criminal offenses, specifically conspiracy to obstruct a federal proceeding, and other potential offenses, including basically depriving the American people and the government of a fair election.
Do you think there's any illegal?
Has the committee asked Jimmy Thomas to appear?
I don't know the answer to that question, sorry.
Congressman, if there were to be any reforms for the Electoral Act, do you think you're running against time with the midterms and the summer recess and all that? I mean,
Well, I understand there's been some interest in the Senate, which, as you know, is always the minefield, in some reforms to the Electoral Count Act. And I know we have been also talking about reforms to the Electoral Count Act. So I would say that at a minimum, that's what we should be able to expect before the next presidential election. But again, if that's all we're looking at, I think we've set our sights way too low.
Do you know if Giuliani responded to Eastman?
About what?
About the problem. If Giuliani.
I don't know the answer to that.
Congressman, earlier this year, the former president said that if any prosecutor tried to get him, there should be massive protests in Washington, and Atlanta, and New York, et cetera, et cetera.
Who said that?
The former president, Donald Trump, said that at one of his rallies. Do these hearings and the information that's coming out because of them, does that help give prosecutors in Atlanta and perhaps in D.C. more legitimacy among the electorate, among the populace, that what he did was wrong and maybe he ought to be prosecuted?
But I hadn't thought of that question. I mean, obviously, the Department of Justice, federal prosecutors, state and local prosecutors have an obligation to fairly enforce the law and to base their prosecutions on the law and the facts without regard to public opinion. So I hope that there are no prosecutors waiting around to take a poll on whether this or that person should be prosecuted, because that is not the proper function of law enforcement. Our role in this process under House Resolution 503 is to determine what happened on January 6th. What were the causes behind it? And what do we need to do going forward in order to secure the progress of American democracy, the institutions and values that we all depend on? So that's really what our focus has been. I take Judge Ludig's warning at the end quite seriously. I mean, this is a conservative judicial hero. I mean, he's like at the level of Justice Scalia and Robert Bork for right-wing conservatives in America. I mean, that's not my legal crowd, but he came out and he said that the rule of law is at stake. Democracy is in danger, and he's not just talking about what happened in 2020. He was very clear at the end. He's talking about what might happen in 2024. So we have to stay focused on the danger still being out there. And, Judge Ludig may have gotten somewhat into the weeds in the beginning of the hearing in his discussion, but I was glad that he said what he did at the end, because it explains why someone who is such a dyed-in-the-wool conservative Republican is making this rather dramatic gesture of coming out to say, we're in danger from Trump and Trumpism going into the 2024 elections. That's coming from a guy who sat as one of the most conservative judges in the land on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. That's an incredibly powerful and important warning that we ignore at our own peril. I think I better head back to my office. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Can I go?
So there you have Jamie Raskin as we watch him go away there. We have our panel of guests with us. Thanks for sticking around for us. We We kind of flashed to Jamie Raskin there just because I wanted to hear what he had to say, and he brought up a lot of good points. These reporters asked him a lot of things about the pardons that everyone had been talking about today. Jessica, thank you for joining us. David, thank you for joining us. Jessica, what do you think about the pardons and the inside the circle wanting the pardons? You had spoke about the the inner circle of Trump and how all these people kind of react and this sort of thing. So give us your take on the pardons, if you would.
It's kind of a fitting end to a criminal presidency, isn't it? All of the insiders asking the criminal president for pardons, and we don't know if he gave himself a pocket pardon, right? That's a big outstanding question.
Right.
But the beauty of that is that Fani Willis is very much on a track for prosecution in Fulton County in Georgia, and a federal pardon doesn't get you out of a state indictment.
That's right.
Charge. So we can all congratulate and thank Fani Willis for her tenacity in pursuing Trump. But one of the things that I just heard asked of Raskin was the question that I think is really the elephant in the room, and that was, are you concerned, or something about the comment that Trump made at a rally about threatening mobs in the street.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And if you don't think that this is something that prosecutors are concerned about and have been, and a lot, probably this is a looming threat that has prevented a lot of action against him, think again. But I really think we're at a moment to confront this, and we have to confront it. If we don't confront the threat of Trump mob violence to preventing him from being held accountable, then we're just living in a banana republic. I mean, we might as well just call ourselves Russia now, because that is not, like Judge Ludig so beautifully articulated, the rule of law. So this is our opportunity. And speaking of mobs in the streets, how about we right now resolve to demand peacefully, and if it takes coming into Washington, making our, showing up, making our voices heard, that we are going to demand and support the Department moving forward with what it needs to do, peacefully supporting the rule of law.
Yeah, David, I think you're right that it is when you said it's a fitting end to a criminal presidency, that everyone is lining up to get pardons for these crimes. But I also think you're right about the violence, because he also said the idea that the vice president now would do what they were asking the vice president to do then is no one's even thinking of that, right? Like no one even has that on the map, even, because I mean, I would imagine just like every vice president before her, they would not do that to our democracy. David, what says you about this pardon line and the emails too? Because we've seen a lot of emails back and forth today as well, which I think the back and forth between one of the witnesses, Greg Jacob, the counsel to the Vice President Mike Pence, and Eastman, is one of the most telling of what they were really trying to do, right? Like, I mean, Jacob said in so many words, "What the hell did you just try to do?" And he's like, "What? What do you mean? We tried to overthrow the government." I mean, that's basically, not in so many words, but it seems to be that's the way people would take that email.
I think he actually said, this is all because of your bullshit.
Yes, right.
And that's not so many words. That's just one. And the word he used. Look, what's trending now, I'm told, on Twitter, first is the top of Twitter is January 6th committee. Second is John Eastman, as people try and figure out who this man is who tried to help overthrow our republic. One of the tweets that I liked quite a lot was, what's the irony of someone taking the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution for protection, a document he just tried to overthrow?
Right.
It seems that we're post irony here, so I don't expect John Eastman to note that, or anyone else. But I think we did. There's a huge amount of news that was made. We didn't have a document that was public until today of Eastman saying, if this pardon thing is still going on, I think I might want to be considered. And to Jessica's points, Jessica is right. The pocket pardon, for those who don't understand it, is where Donald Trump could have written himself a little note that can be opened at whatever point he decides, I guess. I'm not sure. And Jessica, you may know, where do those live? Where do those note to self, you're pardoned, where do they live?
I'm sure they're in a box at Mar-a-Lago, but other than
along with the other classified documents, no doubt.
Of course.
But so let me ask you yet a further question. Could one such note exist for Eastman?
You're the expert there. I don't know the answer.
Yeah,
I'm not aware either.
Yeah, well,
that's why I'm betting on fraud. That's why I'm betting on fraud, because even if he did give himself a pardon, you can pardon yourself today, but if you do it again tomorrow, the pardon does not apply. And when he started defrauding his base for a legal defense that did not exist, he can pardon himself all day long, all the way to January 20th. But if he took $1 after January 20th, that pardon isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Right.
It's not worth the paper it's written.
So criminal acts ongoing are unprotected. And as Jessica points out, in Georgia, as we know, in New York State, all of this is something that is subject to state law, but can't be dealt with federally. So the pardon wouldn't apply to anything that happened with Raffensperger. The pardon wouldn't apply to anything that happened with the Trump organization. They're going after it civilly.
I've got a clip here of the Eastman part where it talks about pardons and where he starts to plead the fifth. Let's watch a bit of this.
Tony, we're not hearing the sound on it?
Yeah, we can't hear the sound.
There, are we back now?
So let's see what
better?
Just
Okay,
a few days
let's
later,
go back. Sorry
Dr.
about
Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani and requested that he be included on a list of potential recipients of a presidential pardon. Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, "I've decided that I should be on the pardon list. That is still in the works." Dr. Eastman did not receive his presidential pardon. So let's see what Dr. Eastman did.
So
that's when he was deposed.
So that's I mean, everyone kind of giggled there. I mean, here's a guy who's who's obviously has some criminal liability here, because he's like, well, if I can get one, I might as well get one now. I get the end while the getting's good.
Well, it's also not. I mean, it's totally on brand, right? You look at other people like Bannon or Navarro who have gone and said, I have executive privilege. Just because I was standing next to Trump, I deserve it. Like, these are all people from that administration who believe just by association that they are privileged enough to receive those things, despite the fact that they were doing illegal things in the during the administration. But they think they're like, well, I know that guy. Like, it's like trying to get into a club and saying that the bouncer or someone else, right? That's what's happening here. Saying that, like, I think I should be on the list. You should put me on the list, right? I think I should have this executive privilege. I should be covered. I should have a pardon. It's just, it's complete BS, obviously, but it is that whole, like, I'm totally deserving of these things because I said so.
Well, while we're on the subject, and I have the platform, President Biden, I beat the brakes off a guy once. So if that pardon thing's still going on, I would like one if you don't mind.
Right.
I'm an avid supporter, and I didn't mean it.
Well,
we'll all sign the letter for you, Texas Paul. I mean, we're all and that's the funny part. We hear that Jared was in there working on pardons. Now, in fairness and in truth, from what I understand, there really was an effort to get Trump to look at real pardons, because there'd been a whole and I hate saying in fairness to Jared and Ivanka, but they had been working with criminal justice groups to get nonviolent offenders pardoned. And that is true.
And they had some success with
They
that.
did.
I mean,
They did.
again,
But-
not giving them too much credit, but they did
No.
have some success at that.
But you give the devils their due, and then you point out that so many of the other pardons were things that did not go through channels, didn't go through, all the letters that we're going to write on Texas Paul's behalf. They went through, they went right into a phone call to Trump, going literally as he was in Mar-a-Lago. His last pardon was to Janine Pirro's, Judge Janine's husband, ex-husband.
Right.
That he was landing. It was minutes before he was done, and frankly, he'd be giving them out now if he could say.
Right.
Say the clock stopped at 1 minute to noon on the 20th. What was interesting was that whole rationale. You see Eastman saying, "Well, since obviously the Electoral Count Act doesn't apply, we can continue doing this." What he meant was it didn't apply because a riot delayed the certification of the votes, and therefore we don't need to worry about it anymore. I mean, there's a word for that. Chutzpah is the word I'm looking for.
Right. Well, I remember in that moment after January 6th, when the president at the time, Donald Trump, went silent. Right. We weren't hearing anything from him. We didn't know if he was ankle deep in a bucket of chicken or what was going on, right? Like, we could not tell. But we did see a scene one of those days, and I'm not sure the exact date. I believe it's the 18th or the 19th, but you see Rudy Giuliani, you see Jared and Ivanka, and you see other characters that have to do with these quote-unquote pardons show up at the White House all in one day, all in one sort of meeting. And Jessica has been in some of these meetings before with these folks because she's been on the Trump team. As everyone knows, she's the Trump NDA killer. But so she has seen the inside workings of how these people, have meetings and stuff. Do you think there's something to all these folks meeting at the White House on that day just before January 20th, where Jared's saying, I'm working on pardons, and Rudy Giuliani showing up and other people are showing up in the White House? Do you think that had anything to do with the pardon line that we are seeing forming here?
It had everything to do with it. Of course. Right. Of course. I mean, can we just step back for a minute and think about who Jared and Ivanka are? Yeah. I'll never forget walking into Trump Tower one day, and nobody could stand Ivanka Trump in Trump Tower, by the way. She would walk and be like, hi, everybody, and everybody would just be silent. Oh, wow. But I'll never forget one day walking in, and she was about to give one of her probably more publicized speeches on behalf of Trump on the campaign. And she was in this conference room all by herself with a platform and a podium and a teleprompter. And she was just standing there in the room by herself, like, I mean, this is a fragrance brander that was brought into the White House as a senior advisor. Her husband is the son of a convicted criminal who could not, was unsuccessful also in real estate, as was his father-in-law. And these are the people that were brought in before they were issuing pardons to a long list of criminals, and mostly, as we're talking about, or a lot of them being Trump cronies, Trump friends. Before that, they were working with the highest security clearance in the administration, a security clearance that they did not earn, that Trump was told was recommended against, and he overrode these security clearances. So just take a step back for a minute and think about who these people are that are making of our country. It is just so unfathomable. So yeah, I think that meeting was definitely about that and how unqualified they were until the friggin' 11th hour of that corrupt criminal presidency to issue pardons for the people that they were. And speaking of Bannon, if you followed my case at all, he's very integral in my original foundational lawsuit against the Trump campaign, which is still ongoing. And he has been served in my case to testify. And you know what he did when he was served with those papers? He threw them on the sidewalk outside of his townhouse at Capitol Hill. And I have a video on it. I'll retweet it on my Twitter feed.
Yeah,
and
bring that up.
There is currently, in addition to his criminal contempt motion, there is a pending motion from my team in DC Superior Court to hold him in contempt and compel compliance with that civil subpoena. So
I have a
Well, I just
childish
want
question to ask.
Yeah.
About Steve Bannon, and I apologize. It is a childish question, but does he smell as bad as he looks? I mean, I've never been close to the man, but I swear to God, every time I see him on the TV, my nose wrinkles up, and I'm like, oh my God, because I mean, and you've been in the room with him. I mean, you can tell us that does he smell as bad as he looks like he smells?
There's a reason they brought in a fragrance brander, though.
No, that could
Yeah,
be.
but let's also, I mean, let's give Ivanka some credit. She's not just a fragrance brander; she also owns a shoe line. But then again, she did get sued for stealing the designs for the shoes. So
Well, that is
it is
true.
what it is. But actually,
Jimmy
the one
Choo
thing
was
that
a little pissed off about that.
the one thing that you brought up, Jessica, was that just her the facade, right? I come in and I'm such a great presenter. I mean, the thing that immediately came back to my mind was when she went at the G20 summit and tried to inject herself into a group of people and talk, and everyone was like,
see ya.
like nobody
Who is this?
wanted
Who
to
is this?
acknowledge
Who is
because
this?
she has no merit and she has no qualifications, but clearly is able to make millions under the administration because her dad was
and
Trump, right?
millions from China.
Right, exactly.
So we're now in the billions, given.
Right.
Oh yeah, for Jared, yeah, for sure.
Jared, yeah.
Absolutely. So back to off of the Steve Bannon stench there. Holy moly! I would appreciate if you retweet that video. I'd love to see that.
I logged out of Twitter because it was taking up too much energy. But when we
yeah, sure.
I will retweet
that, put it up at the top, and everyone can see it. Speaking of that, go follow everyone here on the screen on Twitter. I don't think David, do you have a Twitter?
Not on your life.
Okay. Well, follow everyone.
So this is a very special moment that we have here.
Right. Follow everyone but David. We wouldn't want David to have those.
I'm an Amish Luddite.
Okay, that's good. So follow me, Gabe, Texas Paul, and Jessica. Make sure to go follow them on Twitter because you're not going to want to miss that video about Steve Bannon. But also, I want to mention that here on the Midas Media Network, we are going to carry all these hearings. It looks like next week, and David can confirm this if I'm wrong, but there's going to be a Tuesday and a Thursday hearing at the same exact time, right? So they're going to start at 1 p.m. Eastern when they gavel down, but we're going to start our coverage just like we did today, an hour before to do the commentary. We'll have a panel like we have here. Maybe some of these great folks here will be joining us next Tuesday and next Thursday, and we will be giving commentary, but we will produce this the show for you with our licensed cameras right there in Washington to see all the footage from the January 6th select hearing. So make sure, please, to go follow the Midas Touch YouTube page, and also
I'll be Jordy.
Yeah, what's that?
I'll be
yeah. There you go. Yeah. Go comment and like and subscribe too. Also, go to our channel, the Tony Michaels Podcast. Gabe's done such a great job helping produce these hearings, so go follow over there as well. And you can download these episodes. I believe the Myzelis brothers are going to put them up on all the these hearings on the directory, so go download these as well on Apple, Spotify, Google, your favorite place. Also, I got a special promo code for all the Midas Mighty. You can use the word justice at store.midastouch.com for 10% off all your merch. That's justice at store.midastouch.com. Speaking of the word justice, it reminds me of that ball bat behind that attorney who was telling John Eastman, you better go get a fucking attorney because you're going to need one. Oh, well, yeah, he may have said F and I say
he actually did in his deposition so that it could clear, although apparently that didn't matter. Again, we saw lots of F-bombs dropped by with little warning from Pete Aguilar. One of the things that it kept coming back to me, we talked about the Fifth Amendment at the top of this. I just sent you something, Tony. I don't know if you see it in your inbox, but I just texted you a clip that I haven't seen in a long time, but we just pulled it here. It's something that the former guy used to say all the time about the Fifth Amendment. Do you have it?
Let me see if I can pull it up here as we're going on a fly here. But yeah, I think
I know what he said. He said
no. I was hoping we would hear him say it. Is the point? Not spoiling the lead. But let me, if you can pull it up, great. And if not,
Gabe, can you see if you can find that clip? I'm not having moving that link.
It's an old C-SPAN, and I think we all know what he said.
While we're waiting for him to pull that up, I wanted to draw your attention to one thing. Did anybody else catch the overt threat that Donald Trump made to Mike Pence when he was at the rally? They were on stage in the circle. He said, word for word, "It takes courage to do nothing." That was a direct threat. That was, if you do not do what I want you to do, believe me, this is going to be far worse for you than any discomfort you think you're going to have doing what you're objecting to doing.
It's almost like he knew that the Proud Boys were willing to, I don't know, kill him. I don't know. Maybe it seems like
someone named Spaz, apparently, according to that text. Spaz has his name and number. But to your point, Texas Paul, the biggest threat we heard revealed today was, "I won't be your friend anymore." I mean, really, horrible. In what universe does that? I thought that was 7th grade, and apparently it still is.
Well, I think Jessica has to hop here. Jessica, I want to thank you again for joining us. Make sure to retweet that so we can spread that video around. I really appreciate you joining us in the early coverage and after. Please, if you can next week, join us again. We love to hear your Bannon stories or how the stench is around him. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of that. Thank you very much, Jessica, for joining us. Everybody, the Trump NDA killer. Follow Jessica on Twitter. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
So I just sent you the link for what I think is an aggregate of 5 times that Trump has mentioned people taking the 5th Amendment and who those types of people are. So
so this is you're saying he's not just said it once. He said
he said it multiple times.
Okay, great. Well, let me see if I can pull this up here. Hang on, we're producing on the fly here,
and we can send it to the committee because they ought to be playing this as they reference it.
Sure. Well, I'm sure they'll actually get around to playing a lot of Trump clips. They have already.
Well, they have, but this is one that's particularly telling because this is what you want to direct people's attention to.
Mm-hmm. Right here is the. Let's see if we can pull it up here. Here is a clip that apparently we hear it 5 times. Oh,
your staff
here we go.
When you have your staff taking the 5th Amendment, taking the 5th, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the 5th, I think it's disgraceful. 5th Amendment, Bob. The mob takes the 5th. If you're innocent, why are you taking the 5th Amendment? 5th Amendment.
Good question.
Horrible. Horrible. He pleaded the 5th, and that was the end. We never heard about him again. This is like Watergate, only it's worse. Because here, our foreign enemies were in a position to hack our most sensitive national security secrets.
So there is the.
I mean, straight from the horse's mouth. He said the 5th.
It's the other end of the horse. Come on.
It is a horse's ass. Right. Well, I actually want to point something out. Speaking of the stench of Steve Bannon, we haven't seen a lot of the stench of Steve Bannon. And the reason why we haven't is because he refused to actually cooperate with the select committee.
Right.
I think that's very significant and that people need to understand is we're not seeing clips of some of these folks like John Eastman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's pleading the 5th. We've seen a little bit of that today, but that's almost. But that's probably John the 5th. Is that what you got?
John the 5th Eastman.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. But we're not going to see or smell the coverage or the clips of Steve Bannon testifying and giving his testimony to the January 6th Select Committee because he refused. And actually, yesterday, I believe, a judge decided in that case that, no, you are still held in contempt. We're not going to he's going to lose these cases.
Oh, yeah.
To try to throw out these charges because it's obvious, especially now. Like now as the evidence is piling up and it's starting to come out, we're starting to see this evidence that's going to get more and more clear.
It's definitely a really bad time for him to be going through a trial right now or try to reject it when they're like, oh, man, So a new source of evidence came in. All right, great. Like it doesn't play well for him. I don't know how. Like I don't know what his end game is here. Obviously, is to try to get those rejected. Obviously, it didn't work out. But like I said, Tony, it's one of those things where as the hearings go on, I'd be very curious. I did a segment that we just had on what was that about Navarro. I'd be very curious to see what new details come out of Navarro because his appearance actually has to be tomorrow based on his 2 charges of contempt of Congress. So I'm curious what if anything comes out of there and what might actually be added to the hearings if they go into the Green Bay sweep and talk more about Navarro and Eastman. So.
Well, there is some news on some of these criminal charges because we're talking about the contempt of Congress charges, but with other charges, it seems like the Proud Boys hearing, or excuse me, the trial for the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, it seems to be that they're going to push it past the election into December, and I believe a lot of this is stalling. The federal courts are good at that. I mean, they do that a lot. But here's the thing. Is that with the evidence that we had today and the Proud Boys trial being pushed past the election, don't you think, David, that is possible of saying, these trials, these DOJs, these charges, if they bring charges against Navarro, against Bannon, against Eastman here for some of their, or Rudy Giuliani or Trump himself, it's going to push past the election, the midterm. It doesn't that just a lot of people are going to be upset about that, but doesn't that just go to that the DOJ really isn't doing this based on the election? Like they're doing it based on the crimes that were committed and the work they have to do to convict these people of those crimes. And it shows that with that new news that the Proud Boys trial is going to be pushed. I mean, it just shows that this isn't contrived. This isn't political on the DOJ criminal side.
Well, here's the frustration. We have an insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
It started before January 6th. It's going on now. It has not stopped. It's taken a different form. They're not people trying to storm buildings. They're people trying to change laws and succeeding at it to make insurrection essentially legal in the sense that you can invalidate the state results. This is designed to have the states, we're going to see it when the court rules next week or 2 weeks on, it may be next week on Roe v. Wade. This is all about giving states the right to decide these things. But if they throw out, which by the way, Clarence Thomas, you remember him, that's Janice's husband?
Mm-hmm.
But Clarence Thomas is in favor of abolishing the Electoral Count Act. He is not alone. In Bush v. Gore, in the concurring opinion that gave Bush the election, Rehnquist, Scalia, the great late Scalia, who was the hero to our judge today, Ludig, modeled himself after Scalia. Both of them and Clarence Thomas, who ostensibly is still alive, quiet but alive, he has said it should be tossed. What happens if the Electoral Count Act is tossed? Then all these things where we've seen Arizona, we've seen Wisconsin, all these efforts to do audits, post-election audits, won't matter. The state legislature will be empowered to decide on their own who is president, who the electors are. You can win 75% of the vote in Georgia. You don't need Raffensperger anymore. You have the legislature and they can decide. That's where this is headed. And the problem we got, as I see it, is the courts are not designed for this. It took 2.5 years for Don McGahn to be told that he had to cooperate with the Mueller investigation, which was long closed.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we got? We've got a situation where they know it's stall ball. They'll play this out, beat the clock in any civil court that there is, because that's the nature of our system. It moves. Somebody told me this many, many years ago. The wheels of justice turn, but they turn slowly. Okay, so if they turn slowly and it takes till 2025 to get some of these people on trial, hey, who gets a pardon on the 21st of January in 2025? Actually, at 12:01 on January 20th, 2025. a whole bunch of people.
They might have a stack. They might have a whole stack of papers ready to go.
Ready to
sign,
go.
Right?
And that's my point. The criminal justice system and the civil justice system not set up for an insurrection. Lincoln knew that. That's why Lincoln suspended habeas corpus and used military tribunals and put insurrectionists in jail. There was a reason.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that Joe Biden should do that, but I'm saying that we are hamstrung by the fact that we play by the rules and they don't.
Right. Well, Texas Paul, because I know you speak about this a lot. What can we do about this? Because we've got just a few more minutes here before we wrap. What can we do this year? Because I know we're coming in on this midterm. So what can we do this year? Because you always speak so great about this.
All right. Just speaking to the American people in general, okay? This is the most important election of your lifetimes right now. And you have to hurt yourself in this election. You have to look me in the eye. You have to donate like you've never donated before. Find good candidates, volunteer, phone bank, get your butt out there in the heat and knock on some doors. You don't have to live. If you like Beto here in Texas, you can be in Michigan and phone bank for them. I mean, get out there and do what you've got to do to get this done. Because if we lose this election, if the Republicans have a wave and they end up taking Congress, they will, believe me, they will abolish the filibuster immediately. They will. I mean, if they get 51 in Congress, that's it. And in the Senate, that's it. Filibuster's out. And you're going to see the most radical agenda you've ever seen. You're talking about taxes. They're talking about raising taxes on everybody that makes under $100,000, $1,500 a year. They're talking about sunsetting Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. That means that every 5 years we've got to vote to re-up it or it goes away. Can you imagine the kind of blackmail they will put on Democrats every 5 years? I mean, we end up in that position all the time. We're trying to save something for the American people, and the Republicans make us give a big, fat, juicy steak to their donors, or they will screw the American people. That's what they want to do with Medicare and Social Security. Not to mention, they've talked about wanting to get rid of, oh God, I'm tongue-tied now.
Right.
All kinds of.
Why? I mean, the long of the short, I think you're getting at here is that if we don't go vote, if we don't try our best and make this the most important election of our lifetimes, that there's dire consequences, and the next one, because they are not going to stop. They're not going to stop trying to break down our democracy because they know that's the only way their really dumb ideas, I guess you would say, win. David, I know you have to bounce here, and I know we only have a few minutes. So if you would give us your last word.
My last word is amen, because to what Texas Paul said, you got to vote, you got to help, even if you're not in that state where there's a contested election. But amen is the word of the day, because what you're going to see on the sound bites tonight, my friends, is the Bible. The Bible was invoked. They were praying before they came in. They were praying in the Capitol. The country is going to respond to that. And this was not an accident that line of questioning went there. There's a lot of prayer that we all ought to be engaged in, no matter, as someone said, we probably pray to the same God. It doesn't matter. We better pray. Because if this does not work, and Texas Paul is right, if we see a Republican House and Senate come November, it will be a sad, sad day for all of us. And that's why we can't let it happen.
That's right. That's right. Well, I appreciate it, David.
Griswold v. Connecticut was Griswold v. Connecticut.
Yes.
They said that is their next target. Marsha Blackburn has said it publicly several times. Griswold is next. They want women at home, pregnant, not working. It's insane what these folks have. I mean, you've got them out there preaching for a Christian theocracy. I mean, excuse me. Who the hell runs that? Greg Locke? Are you kidding me? Right. What about all my Jewish friends? What about my Muslim friends? What about my Forget that, man. You're out of your damn mind. You're out of your damn mind.
You know what
But
the other
I will give you a good laugh.
The other soundbite will be, to your point, out of their damn mind. We're going to have everyone Googling the term rubber room.
Right. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That's what it came down to. We were all in a national rubber room.
Yeah, that's right.
Walls.
I think we still are a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, we are currently, as you said, it's a complete regression of society right now, as they're pulling away rights and taking and going back and saying, you actually don't have that and you don't have that. That is what's happening. They are slowly picking the tree clean of the leaves and regressing the rights that we have as citizens in this country.
Well, let's get to work.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Texas Paul.
Before you go, David, I want to leave you with a funny thought in your mind. Okay, I come from a cop family. I'll tell you, if you want to bring a case, you have to actually sit down as an agent and go sit down with an AUSA and pitch your case. Can you imagine the agent that draws the lucky straw that says, I've got this bad hombre right here that threatened Mike Pence's life, and we need to lock this guy up? And the AUSA says, oh, really? Let me take a look at the file. Spaz?
Spaz. We're gonna thank you for closing Texas Paul style with Spaz. Thanks, David. Thanks, Texas Paul. You guys come back and join us next week, okay? And so Gabe, I tell you what, what a day today. What a day today.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of fun. We had a couple technical difficulties there, but we worked through them.
Yeah, I'm blaming not us. I'm blaming where the
no.
feed's coming from.
I actually think, I don't know. I think it was my browser window or something was loading, so I had to turn back on and get back. So it worked out, and I appreciate everyone sticking around for us. Again, follow Midas Touch for next week, because we're going to cover every single one of these hearings live. We'll have the commentary before, the commentary during the break, and the commentary after, so you don't want to miss anything. So subscribe down below to the Midas Touch YouTube channel. Also subscribe to ours channel as well, the Tony Michaels Podcast. Me and Gabe do a show every single weekday, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, 9 Pacific, on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. We also simulcast from the Midas Touch Facebook page, so you'll catch us over there, and you can download us on Apple, Spotify, Google. And also, don't forget, you got a great special promo code for today's broadcast at the store.midastouch.com. Go get all your merch over there, 10% off. Just use the promo code Justice. Justice. Gabe.
Just like the bat on the wall. Justice.
Right. Well, we never could determine what the hell the
I don't know. I think the chrome things that are on the wall. I think they're chrome styled hair pieces.
Oh,
one looks like
so
it's long hair.
This is like a hair helmet. Like a hair helmet?
It looks like they're metal hair helmets. So like when you have to bash someone over the head, you just put that on as protection.
I see. That's so you got the bat and the protection. It's like a baseball bat war type thing?
Yeah. It's a weird Republican kind of activity, you know?
I get you. Go follow us also at Tony Michaels Pod on Twitter and at the Tony Michaels, and follow Gabe at I am Gabe Sanchez. Again, Gabe, every single one of these hearings, there's going to be an hour before. So next week, here's what's going to happen, folks. On the Midas Touch YouTube channel at noon Eastern, an hour before the gavel falls, we will start our coverage. We'll have special guests, special commentary with a panel of the Midas Media Network. Do not miss it. Go set your reminders. Now, we know that we have one postponed. One was postponed yesterday, and they moved
so that
it to
means,
next week.
Potentially we have another one that will be added. They still have to fill in for a day.
I was thinking about that this morning, about the timing of these and how they're doing them, because we're trying to get the timing ourselves, because really sometimes we don't even know. No one's giving us an official schedule. We don't get it ahead of time.
I mean, when they released the original schedule, they said this is as is, but can change.
Right.
And we saw, they postponed a day. Then they changed all of the hearings that were in the morning to start in the afternoon on the East Coast.
Right. And I think that's because some of this evidence, like the Loudermilk video that we got yesterday, it kind of filled in the space for that hearing. But I think, we kind of went back and forth the other day on our show about this idea that maybe they're just trying to let this marinate in the news, to let Americans grab a hold
Yeah,
of this
I mean,
thing.
I think
Really,
that's
because
yeah.
it's a lot of information. It's
It's a lot to digest, and we talked about it, which is like actually going through and not rushing it, right? And they're giving them bite-sized, sound bites and things that people can share, trend, hashtag, whatever, to keep the momentum, right? Instead of throwing one big boulder into a pool of water, they're throwing in these little pebbles to kind of keep the ripples going. Now, they might have bigger rocks that they throw in, but they're consistently dropping in these little sound bites and clips and
right.
Or images or what have you. And so I think they're doing a really good job of that. And so we'll find out exactly what happens with an additional one, or maybe there was talks originally of having 8 of them. They scaled down to 6.
Maybe they go back to 8. Maybe they do go back to 8. I don't know exactly what's going to happen here, but I do know something is that they're telling us a story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the select committee is strategically telling us a story of what happened and why we should pay attention to these little elements, because even beyond these hearings, there's no way to stuff in everything that happened leading up to the events of January 6th, the day before, that day, the day after. There's no way to stuff all that into just a few hours, a couple times a week over a month. There's just no way to do that.
Yeah.
But they're doing the best they can to tell the story. And I think that's what you need to be doing out there, audience, is you need to be helping tell the story. So when you see these clips, don't just share them around. If you're in front of someone, get your phone out, go to Twitter, show them.
I actually see this?
Right.
Like
I was talking to someone yesterday, Gabe, and this person had not heard of the $250 million that Trump had stole, defrauded his supporters from an election defense fund that did not exist. They're like, what? They're like, wait a second, $250 million bucks. I'm like, 250 million with an M.
Right.
Dollars.
With a big M.
With a big M. $250 million they took under the guise that it was going to be used for lawyers for the election.
Right.
And there was no such thing as this election.
Spoiler alert, he lied to
exist.
you.
Right.
He lied to everyone, which very on brand for Trump. He says, I'll take the money, I'll use it for this. And then he turns his back and he goes, psych, and then uses it for his own personal gain, right? To pay off his own personal debts.
Absolutely.
Because that's really what it was. He's paying off his own debts because he's broke.
But that's the thing is this person had never heard of that before.
Right.
And even the news had broke. We had seen this in the hearing and they still hadn't heard it. So it is up to you folks. It's up to you, audience, to go out there and talk to the people in your community. Mm-hmm. Talk to the people at your church, at the school, at the playground, when you're checking out with groceries. It is up to you that you know this information and you arm Americans with this information, not just people who vote for democracy, but people who may have been duped by Trump and his allies. It is so important.
There was actually a development. It looks like the DOJ has requested transcripts for all of the January 6th committee depositions, which is amazing to hear. There was talks of, people were like, oh, Merrick Garland isn't doing enough, right? And, he's playing, he's playing chess here. He's slowly moving the pieces across the board to line it up because, one, this committee has already done such an incredible job of deposing so many people, getting so many depositions, and having it on the record. And not only that, but they've already done the job of categorizing clips and images and emails and text. They've done the hard work. And now the DOJ is like, great, you've already You've already done all this, which means that we can potentially go forward and prosecute maybe quicker than we would have before, right? You see, like we said, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, it's moving to December. Again, like I feel like everyone is beginning to work together to say, January 6th, we couldn't have done it without you, because you guys put in all the hard work. And now that we have all this stuff, we can actually make a case.
I think so. And thank you for joining us, audience. Make sure to look out for those dates next week. Right now, tentatively, they are Tuesday and Thursday. The gavel goes down at 1 p.m. Eastern, but join us here on the Midas Media Network at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific, right here on the Midas Media Network. Make sure to subscribe and watch for those links so you do not miss those hearings. Until next week, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon, Gabe.